Shareholders.
Nous accueillons leurs excellences, Madame le Premier ministre et Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée nationale.
Please rise for the Prime Minister and Speaker of Parliament.
Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic.
Notre pays, le Togo, s'honore d'accueillir.
Togo is honored to host this Infra-Africa Forum. Your Excellency, the President, the Prime Minister, Speaker of Parliament, heads of the institutions of the Republic, the President of ADB, the Director General of Africa50, distinguished guests, welcome to this opening ceremony. I'm Patrick Amenda. I have by my side Fleur Chibode. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored and happy to open formally the Africa50 Shareholders AGM and the Forum Infra for Africa. The Togolese government and Africa50 are overwhelmed to roll out such a colorful event. This is a historic moment. All this for financing infrastructure in the continent. And indeed, this is an event that allows Africa to take the lead. To start off, I would want to invite you to enjoy the performance of this talented artist. His song is called Singing, by way of welcoming you to this event.
sing it, mau ya sing it, mau ya sing it, mau ya sing it. Wako enye chichi, wako enye agbe, wako enye lola, wako enye agbe. Sing it travers, mega jolly bangewa. Say, oh say, mega blame dio. Mau ya sing it, mau ya sing it, mau ya sing it, mau ya sing it. Hey, oh, sing it, Ivapan. Mau ya sing it, Ivapan. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Pauline Nyeji, after such a beautiful voice. I would want to take you through the history line. It all started 6 years ago. A number of African heads of state in the ADB established Africa50. Its clear mission is indeed to assist in filling the gap when it comes to financing infrastructure in Africa. 6 years down the line, Africa50 impacted millions of people, has made headway, and we will be focusing on that impact. Please watch this video on Africa50.
Key is, if the private sector is going to come to the table, a number of things have to be done. First is, there has to be bankable projects. And so those bankable projects is what we actually help to support at the African Development Bank. We also set up a private equity vehicle called Africa50 that actually has project development facilities to develop bankable projects that others will want to put money into.
what makes Africa 50 special is our people, our colleagues. I think we have the best talent of any institution. So our vision is to have a material impact in closing the infrastructure gap in Africa over the next few years. And for that, we need to achieve significant growth, and we empower our colleagues to go and implement the vision with speed.
Voilà, et j'aimerais à présent appeler Monsieur.
I would now want to call on Alain Ebobisse to come forward for his opening remarks. Your Excellency, Mr. For Isozim Nasibe, President of the Togolese Republic, Madam Prime Minister, the Speaker of Parliament, Dr. Akin Wumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, Chairman of the Board of Africa50 and Co-Chair of the Africa50 General Meeting, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Togolese government, and more specifically Mr. Sani Yaya, Minister of Economy and Finance and Co-Chairman of Africa50. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Africa50 Board, ambassadors, heads of mission, representatives, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, journalists, ladies and gentlemen, and in particular the guest of honor. It is a privilege for me to take the floor at the opening ceremony of Africa50 Shareholders AGM Infra for Africa Forum. Let me start off by paying glowing tribute to you, Your Excellency, President of the Republic, for honoring us with your presence here. Thanks for your personal support, assistance, and the warm welcome granted us. Let me also express my heartfelt thanks for the Togolese government cooperation and unwavering support for Africa50 and for our term in office. We do engage with several government entities, in particular the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and I must say that our engagements are smooth. When it comes to infrastructure projects, challenges often emerge along the way, and this applies to all countries in the world, regardless of the sector. What we really appreciate in Togo is that we interact with the government in a proactive and constructive fashion to find solutions, and that makes the difference in terms of bringing projects to fruition and attracting the private sector. This is a true reflection of your leadership, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and I wish to thank you for setting this example and guiding us in constantly searching for positive results for the well-being of the people and businesses in Togo and Africa. It is therefore with great pleasure that we organize the first edition of Infra for Africa Forum on Togolese soil in Lomé, a city steeped in history, the crossroad of African trade that has today become a leading logistics and business hub in the region and on the continent. I would also like to express my gratitude to the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akin Wumi Adesina, who is also the Chairman of the Board of Directors. Dear Chairman, you've always been an unwavering supporter for Africa50, and your enlightened leadership has supported the development and growth of our institution, for which I'm grateful. We are indeed proud to be able to support your great ideas for Africa, for example, through initiatives such as Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, African Investment Forum, and rest reassured that Africa50 will always be there to make its contribution. I have special thoughts for the members of the Board of Directors, whom I thank for their dedication and their sound advice, which contribute every day to the success of Africa50. To all shareholders here today and those who couldn't make it, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing support and confidence. They continue to place in us to accomplish our mission, which is based on 3 strategic pillars. Firstly, develop bankable projects. Secondly, financing infrastructure. Thirdly, mobilize capital in Africa and across the world to finance African infrastructure. This year, we would want to organize an event where we can demonstrate that the continent is not only a land of opportunity, but also a united Africa that is in control of its destiny while forging international alliances for its prosperity. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we structured this event around 3 key aspects. First of all, innovation. We try to embody a pioneering spirit through our transactions. Africa50, with the support of ADB, developed the first asset recycling program in Africa, and today we are delighted to welcome Togo, the Gambia, Zimbabwe as the first country to join this program with emblematic assets such as the Lomic-Balima Road, the Senegambia Bridge, and when it comes to Zimbabwe, the Harare, Bulawayo, and Victoria Forest Airport. Another great event Africa50 initiated is the establishment of a PPP for the development of electricity transmission lines in Kenya in partnership with Power Grid in India. Up until now, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the electricity transmission subsector in Africa has never before benefited from such private infrastructure, and indeed we are proud. The spirit of innovation enables us to speed up growth in our institution by working with partners, in particular African champions, whom we support enthusiastically. Let me thank all partners, many of whom are in our midst today. I would want to mention a few. Senelec in Senegal, with whom we develop Malikunda Power Station, Power Internet funded by Africa50, providing very affordable internet access in poorly served areas in Kenya. By UBAB, MTN subsidiary, we signed a finance agreement to interact or interconnect 10 African countries from the east coast to the west, and the scanning system company, we are deploying joint border posts in several African countries in West Africa to make border transit more fluid. And Action Group on hydroelectric power station project in Madagascar. These are transformative projects that embody the notion of the African champions. Thanks to your commitment and determination, together we can bring great projects to fruition, providing essential services to people, and combine development impact with financial profitability in various sectors in our continent. This forum will allow us to forge new partnerships through the signing of co-development and co-financing agreements. Second aspect, a quick one, and we celebrate this during this forum, mobilizing African resources. In addition to international capital, we need to keep on looking for them for infrastructure. This afternoon, no fewer than 12 African institutional investors will sign agreements confirming their investment or their intention to invest in the Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. Bringing together such a large number of African institutional investors around the table is a great event in Africa. It's an example of Africa mobilizing to find solutions to African challenges. I would want to personally thank, and deep from my heart, Your Excellency, President for Esozum Nanyasingbe, for your support in implementing This Pan-African initiative and project, when we were starting, he saw what we can gain. He supported us right from word go. And this victory today, Your Excellency, is yours as well. I will have the opportunity to say more about this at our signing ceremony this afternoon. Let me now say special thanks to my colleagues on the management team and to all my colleagues at Africa50 for their hard work and dedication to Africa. All this investment, partnership, results, and even this event that brings us together today are the fruit of their hard work and passion for Africa. I'm so proud of them. Heartfelt thanks to them. I would also like to express my gratitude to the members of the Board of Directors for their wise advice and their unfailing support. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will end with a message that is particularly close to my heart. That is the third topic, that is the speed of execution. Africa50 is now in its sixth year of operation. We invested equity in 21 infrastructure projects across 22 countries with a total value of over $6.6 billion. At Africa50, we believe that the opportunity cost of delaying the implementation of infrastructure projects can be very high and have a huge impact on the growth of our country. This is why in Africa50 we attach particular importance to the speed of implementation of the projects that we support. For example, on some of the projects such as the Malikunda Power Station, we managed to start the construction phase 18 months ahead of schedule. This was possible because we decided to inject our own funds and begin construction of the power plant even before financing was available. We did this by relying on local banks led by Orabank Group, provided bridging loans that made it possible to kickstart the construction. This is the kind of calculated risk we want to prepare in order to implement this project. Generally speaking, our culture is to constantly try to find ways of moving forward with the implementation once the main issues have been resolved, and not wait until everything is settled before moving forward. We don't want to wait for everything to be perfect before going ahead. We are aware of the enormous needs of our continent, which must be met as soon as possible. We understand the expectations of our people. This is why we really need to act with real sense of urgency. By 2030, that is in 7 years, 1 in 5 people in the world will be African. This will be largely young people looking for opportunities. We owe it to them to move fast and deploy infrastructure that will need to flourish, create companies, innovate, communicate, and build the future they aspire to. Africa future is being played out here, and so we need to take up that challenge of creating the infrastructure necessary for the continent's growth. I thank you for your rapt attention.
Monsieur Bobissé, d'avoir rappelé les premières qui seront.
Thank you, Mr. Bobissé, for having remind the first that will be signed, and also for the urgency that we have to demonstrate the need to innovate, to build partnership, and to support our African champions. So, I'd like to now welcome a true African champion, a visionary leader of the African continent.
Mr. President and Mr. Chairman. Dr. Akinyomi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank and also Chairman of the Board of Directors of Africa50, may I please invite you to the lectern for your remarks. Sous vos applaudissements.
Son Excellence, Monsieur Faure Gnassingbé.
His Excellency Mr. Faure Gnassingbé, President of the Republic of Togo, and my dear brother and friend. His Excellency Mrs. Victoire Dubé, Prime Minister for the Republic of Togo, Madame the Speaker of the House, Mrs. Tsegan, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, member of the government, in particular the Minister of Finance, Sani Yaya, my dear brother, Mr. General Director of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, shareholders of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, partners of Africa50, Mr. Tijan Thiam, our special guest and my brother, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Directorate and the staff of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to you all. Good morning to you all. I have the great pleasure to welcome you to the Africa50 General Shareholders Meeting and to the inaugural Infra50 Africa Forum. Please allow me to first thank my dear brother, Mr. President, His Excellency Mr. Faure Gnassingbé, President of the Republic of Togo, for having invited to host the general meeting of the board of Africa50, and for having granted or graced us with his presence at this meeting. Before going any further, before coming in, I talked a little with Mr. President, and I told him that the hall was full, and there was a reason for that. There are not many head of states who come with the experience of private sector, and you are a president who comes with the experience of private sector. So when we talk of private sector, it's like a magnet. So you draw people when we're talking about private sector. So please clap for the president. I'd like to also thank the Prime Minister, Mrs. Victoire Dubé, and the Minister, Sani Yaya, for their unwavering support. I particularly wish welcome to all the ministers and representatives of the shareholders, the members of the board of Africa50, the CEO, Alain Ebobousse. Alain has been doing an excellent work. He's been doing an excellent work. To the Directorate and the staff of Africa50, as well as the other representative or partner institutions, including the Vice President of the African Development Bank. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, just about 10 days ago, some of us were in Paris during the summit for a new financial pact on the initiative of President Emmanuel Macron. During the discussions, the questions of knowing where to further develop the resources at the global level to accelerate the implementation or the achievement of sustainable development goals, to fight against climate change, and also on the indebtedness the problems that the countries are faced with, and fill the problems of lack of infrastructure in the countries. Africa would need $277 billion per year until 2030 to reach those objectives. The objective in matters of financing climate change and promote green growth, according to the conditions decided at the national level. It would be necessary to have a lot of resources to support the accelerated development of Africa. Green growth, regional integration, in particular in the areas of infrastructures. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why last week in Paris I underscored the need to redesign the special drawing rights to African Development Bank. Indeed, the African Development Bank can multiply by 3 or 4 the leverage effect of the special draft drawing. This means that it will need to mobilize more financing to also support all the regional banks, all the regional development banks in Africa. And we know that in Africa50, we know that there are many of them. There is also the ADB and all people who are here, that president of banks that are here. and affecting $250 to development would make it possible to raise up to 1,000 billions of US dollars for the development in Africa. I am happy to observe, Mr. President, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, has greeted the proposal of the African Development Bank to use this draft to unleash financing at the global level. This measure would make it possible to make resources available to finance the mitigation and adaptation to climate change, agricultural infrastructure, transport, digital, airport, water and sanitation, education, as well as health. The new resources will make it possible to support Togo and other countries, African countries. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Togo is a country that is transforming rapidly with an exceptional leadership of His Excellency, Mr. President. With the objective of becoming a center of regional transit, essential for Africa, essential for West Africa, a regional hub for the air transport with Sky Airlines, and as a main stakeholder, regional hub for the maritime transport and logistics, the port of Lomé being essential transit port. The airport of Lomé is a modern airport which meets the global standards in areas of security systems. Togo has also been investing a lot in road infrastructures and transport infrastructures, and as a key component of the Abidjan-Lagos highway for regional integrations. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the African Development Bank has invested massively in Togo. And Mr. President, there is a reason for that. It is because Togo is bankable, and you as President, you are bankable. The bank is the biggest partners of development of countries that are very involved in the support to agricultural sector. We have invested more than $32 million to promote an inclusive growth of this sector with the participation of the private sector. And we have reinforced the sovereignty, food sovereignty by reducing the import of essential crops such as rice, corn, and soya. The African Development Bank has provided €60 million for the constructions and the export and the managing of container terminal in Togo. The capacity of the containers terminals was brought to 1 million containers of 20-foot containers. The bank has supported the government strategy for the employment of youth by providing $24 million to SMEs with high potential of growth created by young youth under the form of financial and non-financial services. The bank has facilitated development of 20,000 affordable housings thanks to a technical assistance of $5 billion to help the government prepare the structuring of this project. The bank has also supported the project of rural electrifications with $3.7 million to provide electricity to 317 communities through 5 regions, and by using mini solar grid to contribute to the objective of Togo of giving universal access to electricity by 2030. I am also happy to underscore that the Group of African Development Bank has funded the infrastructure for the reconstruction of markets in Togo, particularly the market of Kara, so as to stimulate economic activities and citizen access to market for basic crops. Ladies and gentlemen, I am, as president of the bank, I'm also the chairman of the board of Africa50. I can tell you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, that I'm very proud of Africa50. I'm very particularly pleased, Mr. President, that Africa50 is committing in the recycling of assets with Togo. So it is one of the PPP projects that is funded by the government and regional private investors. Africa50 is doing a remarkable work as an institution by developing projects all the way to their bankability and by financing them. Our main objective is to contribute to fill the infrastructure financing gap in Africa, which is a tune of $68 to $108 billion per year. Over the last 6 years of activity, Africa50 has received the support of all Africa, and today 31 countries are members of their shareholders and 3 institutional investors, with a total capital of a little less than $1 billion. Africa50 has invested in infrastructure, essential infrastructures, to the value of more than $6.6 billion US. Very well done. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Africa50, in collaboration with the African Development Bank, has been investing in hydroelectric project Nachtigal in Cameroon, which will provide 420 megawatt and would increase the installed capacity of the country by 20%. Africa50 and the African Development Bank have co-invested in the project of thermal power plant in Malikunda in Senegal, which will provide 120 megawatt of electricity. This plant was inaugurated at the beginning of this year. The investment of Africa50 in the power plant of Azuram produces 461 megawatt of electricity in a company that provides roughly 10% of the effective production capacity of Nigeria. Africa50 has also invested in the 6 solar grids of power plants in Bemba, which provide 400 megawatt of electricity in Egypt in the context of the solar pact of 1,500 megawatt, one of the biggest in the world. In the other sectors of energy, transport and logistics, or numeric digital infrastructures, Africa50 has been playing gradually and strategic role to fill the deficit of investment. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the strategical work on the way is facilitated by the deployment of acceleration funds in Africa to the tune of $500 million, the first platform of infrastructure for launched by Africa50. The whole team of funds is in place, and it is already guaranteeing the financing of these investments. The African Development Bank is happy to invest $20 million in the funds and catalytic investment, which has made it possible to attract a number of institutional investors. I'm very happy that Africa50 has more than 10 institutional investors, African, who have signed the subscription agreement or the letter of intentions to commit their capital in this fund. It is impressive, and it is a first in Africa, and I thank you. With the fund, we would make it possible for Africa50 to play a key role in the exploitation of $98,000 billion of assets in the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we can do a lot more to fill the deficit of infrastructure in Africa. Most of the infrastructures having not yet been built in Africa, we have an excellent opportunity to build green infrastructures and to green the existing infrastructures. Africa has an enormous potential in matters of renewable energy. This is the reason why the African Development Bank and its partners have been investing $20 billion in the project, which aims to develop 10 10,000 megawatt of solar energies in 11 countries of the Sahel region of Africa, so as to provide electricity to 250 million people. Your Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is this ambition which is also sustained the joint creation of the Alliance for the Green Infrastructure in Africa between the African Development Bank, Africa50, and African Union and other partners. AGIA would mobilize $100 million for the preparation of projects, $400 million for the development of projects, and $10 billion for the financing of green infrastructure projects. This initiative would cover notably green hydrogen, urban transport, green urban transport, infrastructure to recharge batteries, renewable batteries, water, and sanitation. I am pleased that AGIA, which has hosted 9 heads of states and government at the summit for a new financial pact, which was held last year in Paris, as well as other partners for development, promoters of project and institutions, financing institutions. I'd like to seize the opportunity to thank Dr. Tal, who has really done the financing for the initiative, and thank you very much for your financing and for your partnership. The African Development Bank, the Commission of African Union, and Africa50 have been playing a key role in AGIA. Your Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa is green. So let's green all the infrastructures in Africa. As you know, today, even my bow tie is green, as you can see. Together, we would make Africa the heart of green infrastructure in the world. Africa50 and our partners will make this project a reality. I thank you all for the support that you've been bringing Africa50. And I wish you, once again, welcome and thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much to President Adesina.
Your words are always so inspiring and also thought-provoking.
Well,
A land of opportunities, and it is also true for Togo. You said it, Togo is bankable. And to tell us more about it, let me hand over to Patrick. Thank you.
Merci au président.
thank you. Thanks to the President. Thanks, Fleur. You've listened to these beautiful words about Togo. Please discover or rediscover Togo through this video we're projecting now.
Le Togo, porte d'entrée naturelle des investisseurs en Afrique de l'Ouest. Par le rythme particulièrement rapide de son développement, le Togo présente aujourd'hui bien des atouts pour être le hub logistique de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Que ce soit grâce à ses infrastructures routières et de transport, son parc industriel, au choix de certaines grandes institutions financières sous-régionales et internationales, au développement agricole et agro-industriel. Ce pays d'environ 8 millions d'habitants s'impose en Afrique occidentale comme la porte naturelle d'entrée pour tout investisseur venant des continents asiatiques, européens et américains. Ceci grâce au leadership éclairé du président Faure Essozi-Mnanya Singbe et avec l'appui des partenaires techniques et financiers. Le Togo s'appuie sur des atouts comme une gouvernance économique sérieuse et une amélioration continue du climat des affaires. Les secteurs prioritaires sont l'agriculture, l'industrie, les manufactures, les technologies de l'information et de la communication et l'énergie. Le port de Lomé, premier port d'Afrique de l'Ouest, doté d'équipements ultramodernes avec une situation géostratégique confortable, est le plus grand port en eau profonde naturelle sur la côte du golfe de Guinée. Il dispose d'un tirant de 16,6 mètres de profondeur naturelle. le Togo, ce sont également des infrastructures routières sécurisées, le tracé de nouvelles routes, la construction d'ouvrages d'art sont un ensemble de travaux qui progressivement changent le visage du Togo à la grande satisfaction des usagers autochtones et étrangers. L'aéroport Gnassingbé et Adema, symbole du développement du Togo, est une nouvelle aérogare sophistiquée avec près de 150 millions de dollars d'investissement. Le système sécuritaire aux normes internationales reste un des meilleurs de la sous-région. Le groupe panafricain Askai en a fait son hub et il est desservi par un grand nombre de compagnies aériennes, le reliant au monde. Le Togo s'impose également dans la sous-région par le rythme de son industrialisation. La liste des produits fabriqués par des industries togolaises est désormais longue et variée. L'implantation des industries et la ruée des investisseurs sont favorisées par un climat des affaires attrayant qui présente d'importantes facilités. Au Togo, le secteur agricole est en pleine mutation. L'agriculture contribue à plus de 30% du PIB. Elle emploie une bonne partie de la population jeune. Avec ses belles plages et ses hôtels, le Togo accueille près de 500 000 touristes par an, avec un impact certain sur toute la chaîne de production de richesse nationale. Au-delà des infrastructures et des efforts dans le domaine économique, le Togo est particulièrement fier de sa population jeune et dynamique qui représente plus de 60% de la couche active. Des jeunes et des femmes sont formés dans presque tous les secteurs d'activité et constituent l'avenir de la République togolaise. Le Togo jouit également d'une stabilité politique favorable au développement des affaires et ce sont chaque Togolaise et chaque Togolais d'origine ou résident qui s'en sentent davantage fiers.
This is a land of opportunity that welcomes you. We've experienced amazing, huge transformation. His Excellency will now take the floor for his official keynote address to formally open this meeting. Madam Prime Minister, the President of the National Assembly, presidents of institutions of the Republic, the President of the African Development Bank Group, Director General of Africa50, Honorable Ministers, members of the Board of Directors of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, shareholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me first of all wish you a warm welcome and a brotherly welcome to Lome. And indeed we are happy that you selected our capital city to hold your AGM for Africa50 and the Infra for Africa Forum. We are honored as being a land of meetings, sharing of opportunities. Through this, we express our readiness to grow together and capacity to enrich ourselves mutually. Therefore, please feel at home. Please take some time out and discover the beauties of Lome and its outskirts. This morning's ceremony is an opportunity for me to celebrate a vision of Africa, united and prosperous, that progresses through the work of his children. This vision translates day in, day out in commitment and action. Dear Akiyemi Adesina, this is a beautiful opportunity for me to once again acknowledge and indeed commend your outstanding merit in building Africa, hardworking, productive, and well-developed. We aspire to. As Africans, we are grateful to you, Managing Director Africa50, through your platform, which stands out through its effectiveness, impact of its intervention. You are evidence of the fact that our continent can generate homegrown solutions that are innovative and relevant to address the challenges of growth and development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Africa50 has the following mission: to fill the gap when it comes to financing infrastructure in Africa. I must say that the tip of this Infra for Africa Forum is indeed well aligned in the DNA of our institutions. We are in to find viable solutions for a united Africa that is in control of its destiny. But we need to be very careful about the fact that we need to forge new alliances to guarantee the prosperity of the continent for the benefit of all citizens. This being said, where does the problem lie? First of all, there is huge needs in terms of infrastructure all across the continent, and that is indeed the condition for development. Without roads, bridge, port, airports, without hospital, without schools, without power plants, without power networks, communication network, water supply, indeed, there is no possible development in Africa. Needs in terms of infrastructure are huge, and the figures, very approximative, are impressive. We need to invest more than $100 billion, and this is at the heart of our roadmap. We do have assets. It has the deepest natural port in the sub-region, and Togo is a logistic hub that seeks to serve the neighboring countries. But to leverage on these assets, there must be massive investment. Thus, the question, how do we fund this infrastructure and investment? Each and every one, because of your responsibility, you've been looking for the needs to build and maintain infrastructure, managing budget infrastructure financing, and seeking private financing. For some years now, a new constraint has established itself in such a complex equation. You said it, dear Adesina, we need to embed in our infrastructure plans a new imperative. Infrastructure should meet the climate challenges. There must be green infrastructure, and indeed these will skyrocket the cost. And I welcome the initiative for a green infrastructure. As we speak today, the World Bank believes that in sub-Saharan Africa, the public sector represents more than 90% of infrastructure investment. Does that mean that the states will continue financing 95% of infrastructure in the future? I don't think so. That's the remark that goes as follows. The first remark is that government expenditure will not be enough to achieve the development of infrastructure. We all know the current situation, the medium-term prospects do not have hope for effective growth of financing. The slowdown in the world as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, the Ukraine and Russia war weigh heavily on our capacity and our budgets. In these conditions, the second remark is that involvement of the private sector in financing infrastructure is unavoidable. But private financing risks with return on investment. Return on investment risks with building viable economic model. This is the very first topic. Be bankable. We are all well aware. It's all about the appreciation of investment or investors on political, security, tax, economic and monetary and environment they want to invest. But it's not all about introducing pro-business reforms. Partnership with the state around new industrial policies is of paramount importance to attract foreign capital. And that is the third remark. Involvement of the state is indispensable to attract private capital. Well, people have repeated it. No, we're not just talking of free movement of capitals to satisfy all the needs in investment all across the planet. Through the history, this approach has never lived up to expectation. Opening the capital market did not lead to real acceleration of investment of rich countries towards the poor countries. And sometimes it's the other way around. Capitals even stepped back, according to IMF, that dwelt with that paradox. So, major privatization projects in the 90s showed that the quality of institutions should not be neglected. Without a stable and consistent regulatory framework, attracting capital cannot be done. This will be to the detriment of development. We need to create a pro-business environment. It is therefore the responsibility lies with us to guarantee a stable economic and transparent environment, and that will satisfy the needs and constraints of the investors. Fourth remark, I would go further than that. We experience in northern countries the return of industrial policy, so we must be bold. We need industrial policies, private financing, which I wish for should be embedded in our overall development policies. Public financing and private financing should be more frequent. We're not just talking about budgetary imperative. It is also positive when it comes to resilience. That is what is shown through the internet networks, which is widely developed by private operators. That explains to the extreme resilience of these infrastructure. So it is through this productive partnership that the involvement of the private sector in infrastructure will be built in tandem with public authorities concerned. A very last remark to conclude: partnership between the public and private partnership sectors should be profitable. Profitability depends on the capacity to actually grow the scale of the projects based on the financial constraints. This is what we mean being scalable. The second topic of this forum, it also depends on standardization of projects. This is the third topic, be repeatable. Standardization will allow important economy scale on building and operation. It can also apply to preparatory studies. These are key elements for the execution of effective projects. To conclude, let me lay out my hands to development partners, the necessary cooperation between public and private financiers, and as well as public commitment to improve business climate and having industrial policies. This can be done without the support of institutional partners. So I count on development partners to assist us on two main projects. First of all, it's a demand, a plea. Assist us in preserving our capacity to invest. As many of us have security expenditures that are on a higher side, we definitely need to contribute to collective security. This has to be translated through the support to our financial situation. And indeed, it's important when it comes to crisis, development partners should further get involved in de-risking of private investment, including guarantees. This is a condition so that the PPP leads to beautiful opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, These are some of the reflections which I believe will feed your discussions as part of your AGM and the AGM for Africa 50. I thank you for your kind attention.
Nous remercions Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République. Vous comprenez.
We thank His Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic. You can understand how he inspires, provokes, and provokes the main transformation of our countries. We keep the need to develop, to involve the private sector, to involve the state development of industrial and a fruitful partnership to take back his word. In the context of this partnership, we are going to, by putting the action to the words, proceed to the signing of an agreement on the recycling of assets for the road Lomé-Palimé and Africa 50. We're going to, for that, invite the Minister of Economy and Finance and also invite Madame the Minister of Public Work of our countries, as well as the DG of Africa 50, who just in front of the board that has been prepared for that, proceed to the signature of this partnership. Just after that, following that, we are going to invite them to photo sessions, following which we're going to have the discussion which has been planned in the context of this opening ceremony.
Signature de convention, comme je le disais, de
so the signing of the convention of asset recycling between the government of the Republic of Togo and Africa 50. We'll be signing
après la signature, voilà les signatures.
following the signing, there'll be handshakes and documents will be exchanged as by tradition.
Juste après cela, nous pourrons passer aux séquences des.
Right after that, we are going to proceed with proceed to the photo session. So we're going to invite the signing parties to take their seat at the podium, and following which we're going to invite we're going to have two photo sessions. The first one will be the signing parties, and the second one will involve the Madam Prime Minister and the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Nous prions respectueusement Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République.
We're very respectfully inviting the President of the Republic and President of the African Development Bank to please join the personality that will be taking this first picture. And Fleur is going to give us the the details of the people which will be followed to indicate the people that will be added to the second picture.
Je vais à présent demander.
I'm now going to invite the Minister of Finance of Mauritania, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Congo, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Gambia, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Mauritania.
Congo, si vous pouvez, s'il vous plaît, joindre la photo.
If you could please join us for the photo.
Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance of Zimbabwe. Please, may you kindly as well join the photograph. À présent, je vais demander.
Now I'm going to invite the country's shareholders, only the head of delegations, to please join the group for the group photo. Also the member of the board of directors, and the members of the Thank you for this photo session. We're going to respectfully invite the President of the Republic as well as the head table to please get back to their seats for the discussions to follow. Thank you for having captured this moment during the General Assembly of Africa50 and this Africa Forum. And then the next session will be led by Mrs. Brown Wilson, General Director of the need for the Mrs. Ronin Nielsen's. Thank you immensely.
Thank you so much. My colleagues for doing an excellent job this morning. The first thing that I would like us to do is to take a moment to stand and celebrate the leadership that we have seen this morning. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the leadership that we want for the Africa that we want. Speed of execution in motion. Please could you stand and celebrate our excellencies this morning. Thank you very much. As I said, it is a privilege to be here at the inaugural Infra Forum for Africa. Malikunda, Nachtigall, Benban, Azure. These are the projects that are being driven by Africa50 to change the energy landscape across the African continent. These are the projects that are changing the landscape for 623 million people that have not had access to energy. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa50, execution in motion, $6.6 billion deployed to this point. As we celebrate the leadership that we've seen today, and the words and the endorsements and the signatories that we will see going forward, there's another leader on this stage that I have the pleasure of introducing before we start our next session. Tshipi Morimong is the Chief Operating Officer of Africa50. Tshipi, the stage is yours.
Your Excellency, President Faure Gnassingbe, President of the Republic of Togo, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Victoire Dogbe, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank and Chairman of our Board of Africa50, Honorable Minister and co-host of our General Shareholders Meeting, Minister Sani Yaya, our keynote speaker, Mr. Tidjane Thiam, Alain Ebobisse, my dedicated CEO, members of the Board of Directors of Africa50, shareholders of Africa50, partners of Africa50, senior management and staff of Africa50, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, bienvenue, and as they would say it in Togo, wezenlo, to Africa50's inaugural Infra for Africa Forum. Bankable, scalable, replicable. The forum has now been officially opened by His Excellency, the President. As our Chairman and CEO have said, I would like to thank His Excellency President Faure, I would like to thank Minister Sani Yaya and the people of Togo for their warm welcome and incredible support in organizing this General Shareholders Meeting. President, we have truly felt at home. I would like to thank the Africa50 team who have worked tirelessly to put this event together, and our partners at IC Publications. Can I please have a round of applause for them? Your Excellency, I would like to thank you for your visionary leadership, and importantly, for being a Pan-Africanist, desiring the upliftment of the people of this beautiful continent we call Africa, this beautiful continent we call home. I'm reminded of another Pan-Africanist, President Thabo Mbeki, the former president of the Republic of South Africa, a country I called home for almost 20 years, who in May 1996, on the momentous occasion of adopting of the Constitution for a new and democratic South Africa, said these words that I'd like to share with you. I am an African. I am born of the peoples of the continent of Africa. The pain of the violent conflict that the peoples of Liberia, Somalia, the Sudan, Burundi, and Algeria is a pain I also bear. The dismal shame of poverty, suffering, and human degradation of my continent is the blight that we share. The blight on our happiness that derives from this and from our drift to the periphery of the ordering of human affairs leaves us in a persistent shadow of despair. This is a savage road which nobody should be condemned. This thing that we have done today in the small corner of a great continent that has contributed so decisively to the evolution of humanity says that Africa reaffirms that she is continuing her rise from the ashes. Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper. Whoever we may be, whatever our immediate interest, however much we carry baggage from our past, however much we have been caught by the fashion of cynicism and loss of faith in the capacity of the people, let us err today and say, nothing can stop us now. I hope that as we gather over the next 2 days and beyond, as we exchange ideas and seek innovative solutions to bridge our infrastructure gap, address climate change, create jobs for our youth, mobilize more capital, and demonstrate that indeed Africa infrastructure financing on the continent is profitable, that we are lifted and sustained by these words. Let us remember why we have gathered all here today, to improve the livelihoods of the people of our continent. Let us remember that behind the number of 600 million Africans who still do not have access to power, there is a lost opportunity for African youth to prosper and to thrive. That each road, port, bridge, and power station that is not built is our collective loss, but more importantly, it is our collective responsibility. Thank you.
Chipidi Moromong is the Chief Operating Officer of Africa50. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move to the next segment of our program, we celebrate another trailblazer when it comes to leadership. And we're going to take a look at this video message from the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
Un petit souci technique empêche la diffusion de cet élément.
We have a slight technical glitch. We're going to continue the program now with the discussion under the leadership of Madame Naza.
We will bring you that video message from Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, in just a moment. But it is now my pleasure to call on Tidjane Thiam. You all know this gentleman. He's a trailblazer in both the public and private sector. Sir. And I'm going to ask you to pick up the mic next to you. I think it's appropriate to start with the Africa that you see today, given your experience, Tidjane, in public and private sector, your trailblazing leadership again that we celebrate today. Tidjane.
Hello, Maureen. Mr. President Nasingbe, Mr. Adesina, President Alain Ibosibe, Minister of Finance, Honorable Ministers, Prime Minister, President of the National Assembly, all participants, it's a particular pleasure for me to be here today in Lomé, Togo, beautiful city, full of very attractive infrastructure for this discussion. I have to say that infrastructure has always been close to my heart. When I was in Côte d'Ivoire in the 90s, basically most of my work was devoted to infrastructure because I think, as has been said this morning, that the alpha and the omega of everything we do has to be our populations, the people, the young people of Africa, the women, the men of Africa, and that life is just too tough in too many places on the continent today. And infrastructure is an absolutely key part of improving the livelihood of Africans and giving them economic opportunity. So airports, we believed a lot then in bringing private capital to develop infrastructure. One of the first projects I did was the privatization of the airport in Abidjan. I'm sure many of you have visited it. We did some power plants, privately financed, the Acito power plants. We did the third bridge of Abidjan, which some of you may have traveled on. And actually with the support of the ADB, I have to say it was critical. We signed the closing at the top floor of the ADB in Abidjan. All that to say that I've been for a long time a practitioner and a believer in infrastructure and the key role of infrastructure in development in Africa. And so I'm really pleased. For me, it's a bit of a dream come true to be in a meeting like this because in the 90s, I was kind of a sole voice advocating all these ideas, and to see them now picked up across the continent gives me great hope and great optimism for the future.
Well, it's a dream come true to be sitting here with you today in terms of your esteemed career. Prudential, the CEO there of Credit Suisse, and certainly as executive chairman now in terms of Freedom Acquisition. You have transformed many landscapes across the African continent. And I think the key today is to really try and capture your insights on how we mobilize capital that is blended, that is diverse, and that is innovative for the infrastructure that you refer to, that you are passionate about. Tidjane.
Well, thank you. I'd like to point to a few things which have been mentioned by speakers this morning. And I would start with really original thinking and innovation. It's really, really important because we start from behind and we can only catch up and win if we do better than others, if we think better, if we act better, if we act faster. When we were doing the Acito power plant, James Wolfenson was the president of the World Bank. And when we closed, he said, if you inaugurate this factory before 18 months, I will personally come to Abidjan for the opening. And I must say, we completed it early. As Anna said, we too rarely associate the words 18 months and early in the same sentence in Africa. So generally it comes with delay. So it was great to finish early, and he kept his word. He came to Abidjan to see the opening, and my biggest pride was that this was developed by African engineers, by African brains, by African minds. We have enough intelligence on the continent to design solutions to our own problems, and nobody's better placed than us to know what we need and then do it effectively. So that has been a fight of all my life, and I start with thinking, the quality of thinking. I worked a lot in Asia in my career, and I learned a lot from the way they approach problems, and I think one thing that characterizes what people do in Asia is that self-belief, that self-confidence, that they can solve their own problems.
Can we pick up on that theme, on Asia and Africa, and the opportunity that we see there, that you see there?
Yes, a few important points for me, and I'm really pleased that there's going to be a signing today, because I really believe that the key provider of long-term capital to the economy is basically the pension industry. Many of you know that BlackRock has no money, Carlyle has no money. All they do is manage pension fund money. You need to really understand that the first source of long-term capital in all the developed countries are the pension funds. And I really think that a missing element in our development strategies is the creation of long-term institutional investors. We happen to have a very positive demography in Africa. And I made this speech to the authorities in Indonesia, and it worked. I said, look, set up pension funds, okay? From the small contributions of a population which is young, you are going to develop very significant pools of capital. And this is something that we absolutely must do in Africa, and it was critical also in Asia in providing long-term capital. Because with all respect, banks are good to make loans, but what's needed mostly is equity. Not to get too technical, but really the limiting factor is equity. What we need is high-quality equity capital, patient capital, which then allows you to leverage. So, for example, to leverage and get the debt. And just as an illustration, when I was doing the third bridge in Abidjan, we couldn't find the last tranche of equity. You know who provided it? The pension fund of the army. I went to see General Koulibaly, who was the head of the pension fund, and I said, look, we need to pay the pension of these people in 20, 30 years. What you need is a cash-generative asset that you're going to use to face this liability. And I must say, it was one of the few times we had a general at the signing of a financial agreement at the ADB. He came in full regalia, full uniform, and I'm very happy that that bridge is paying some of the pensions of the soldiers who work very hard for the nation. So that's just one concrete example to say that.
Tidjane, as we continue on your concrete example, do we need the regulatory environment with regards to pension funds to change across the Africa spectrum so that we can deploy this pool of long-term patient capital?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And we need to encourage the pension funds to make those types of investments in equity, high-quality equity investments, which are going to, because in the end, today we're very young, but you need to look down 30, 40 years down the road. People are going to age in Africa too. And we need to make sure that we learn the lesson from other countries and we don't have someday a pension ticking bomb, and that we can face all those liabilities. And that's a big part of the answer. So that, developing local capital markets, because in the end, you need to be able to fund a lot of those projects in local currency so that you don't have a foreign exchange, a currency mismatch, which is expensive and risky. So the ability to mobilize local capital, as Africa50 has started doing, I think is key going forward.
So we want deep domestic capital markets. Small, medium enterprises. I know that this is very, very close to your heart. How do we ensure that small, medium enterprises, the lifeblood of the African economy, really get a leg up at this stage?
I'm very happy to be saying this in Togo, because really under the leadership of President Gnassingbé, Togo is one of those countries who recognizes the importance of SMEs. I really get annoyed when people talk about the informal sector, because it's treating the heart of the economy like the periphery. The heart of the economy is the SMEs, is the informal sector. They are the ones who provide food, clothes, transportation every day to hundreds of millions of Africans. So, and I listened closely to what President Gnassingbé said earlier, and it was absolutely true. Creating a positive environment for them, allowing them to grow, is the only path to having national champions, as Anna said, because every large company in the world started as an SME. Okay? Any and every company. If you take Renault in France, it was the two brothers in a garage in Boulogne-Billancourt who started it. Okay? You take Microsoft, you take Tesla today, all of them were started as SMEs. So the path to having great, successful companies is to nurture the SMEs, and look after them very well. I also passionately believe that the path to attracting foreign investment is to treat the domestic companies well. Because I was a CEO of a multinational. You will not invest as a multinational in a country if you see that the local companies who are born in the country, who are native of the country, who speak the language, who know everybody, can succeed. You just won't come. Because what are your chances? So really, nurturing the domestic economy, ensuring that you have prosperous SMEs in the country is the best way to attract foreign investment and encourage foreign companies to come and invest in the country. If you don't have confidence in your own country, if you don't believe in yourself, who's going to believe in you? So really, it's just such simple logic, but it's just fundamental. I'm going to get personal here, but this is also my life. I was at the Lycée Classique d'Abidjan. I'll never forget. When I was 17, I wanted to go study in France, and I went to get my grades. This is a personal anecdote, but the censeur, he was a Frenchman, Mr. Guizolf. He said, "Why do you need your grades?" I said, "Well, because I want to go to class préparatoire, and I hope someday to get into Polytechnique." And he laughed so hard, I still remember his laugh. He said, "What? Do you know what Polytechnique is?" I said, "Yes, sir, that's why I want to go there." he said, "You have no chance." So one of the best moments in my life, 2 years later, I came to say hello during the holiday. I said, "Sir, you know what I'm doing now?" I got into Polytechnique. So I've spent all my life. When I was at Aviva, I was CEO for Europe at 15 countries. They were doing a CEO succession. They didn't even interview me. I was running 50% of the group. And the CEO of Prudential called me and he said, "Look, I heard what those people did. Why don't you come over here? At least we'll give you a chance to be CEO." So and the rest happened. So you can't let people tell you you can't do this. When I said we're going to have a toll bridge in Africa, same thing, the same laugh. I would go around, promote the idea of a toll bridge in Abidjan. People would just laugh. They don't even listen to you. Okay? I said, "Why are you laughing? Oh, Africans are never going to pay a toll." I said, "Why? Don't we have a brain? Don't we have a wallet? Can people realize that with my bridge, they're going to save 10 kilometers on every trip? Don't they pay for fuel and gas?" So pushing people, because, sorry, I'm going to be blunt. Behind those laughs, there's just prejudice. Nothing else, okay? So,
I think the audience celebrates when you are blunt, when you are personal.
okay, no, because they were like, "Oh, you can." So anyway, we did study, traffic study after traffic study. For 3 years, the project was blocked because these people wouldn't believe that Africans were smart enough to understand that it was a saving to take a shorter route. So things like that are infuriating, and the enemy is skepticism. You need to just push through those things, believe in ourselves, have our own ideas, our own projects, and implement them, and not let people tell us that we can't do this or we can't do that.
Tidjane, as we push through the challenges and as we drive to solutions, one of the elements that I've really celebrated as I've done research on your journey is the humble way in which you approach entrepreneurs. Tidjane saying that he's humbled when entrepreneurs come to him and ask for advice, for mentorship. And of course, they would be honored to have you guide them. What do you say to young entrepreneurs operating across the African continent, given your passion for small, medium enterprises that you've just alluded to?
A little bit of what I've said this morning. Really, first of all, they have to believe in themselves. It's a tough life. Life as an entrepreneur. Sorry, do we have?
No, we're good. Okay. I'm just checking because I don't have a monitor in front of me, so you don't have to worry about time at all.
But it's like everything in life. I had a professor. He had a big influence on me when I was in mathematics special. He said, something people don't understand about life is what makes the difference in the end. It's not how high you can go, it's how low you can go. And that was a revolution for me in my mind. He said, what's going to determine the school you get into is not your best grades. Because you guys, you're all very bright. On a good day, you'll get 19 out of 20. No, the question is, what is your lowest grade? It's your lowest grade that determines the school you get into. And he always said, young men and women, you have to raise your minimum. And that's a sentence that always stayed with me. Raise your minimum. On a bad day, when everything is going against you, this is what is the decision you're going to make. And that's the difference in the long term. So raise your minimum, make sure you have a high minimum. If you have a high minimum, you'll achieve a lot in life. So when the elements are going against you, that's the test of character. Okay? What you have in your guts. And for anything in life, it's very important. So being resilient, use the word resilient, Mr. President, is key. Don't give up. And so after that, believe in yourself. And really, you have to, you're going to be knocked down. You're going to be knocked down along the way. You have the ability to get up after you get knocked down. So that's what determines success in the long term. So yeah, young entrepreneurs, I think they're lucky. I've just started as an entrepreneur now at the age of 60. So it's a bit late in life, but I think for the ones who are young and and have all the future. Africa, you look at the numbers, it's just staggering. When I was younger in the 80s, like you mentioned Gozi, I'm sorry our video didn't run. Gozi welcomed me at the World Bank in 1989 because I was a young YP, and she used to make a point of visiting every African who joined the institution and introduce herself. Here I am, I'm Gozi. So I've known her since many, many years, and she's a formidable example. But in the 80s, when we talked about Africa, the key pushback was always, why are you talking? Your GDP is lower than Belgium. I don't know how many of you have heard that in international conferences. That was what we were told all the time. And that was actually true, because Belgium GDP was like $700 billion. But now, our GDP is 5 times the GDP of Belgium, and Belgium is still $700 billion. And that's the point. You know, we're going like this when others are stagnant. And I once had dinner with the Prime Minister of China and during the Euro crisis, and he said, I don't understand why Europeans are happy that China's growth has slowed down. I don't manage to China's growth. I manage to the difference between their growth and my growth. And the difference between their growth and my growth has increased, not decreased. Because I went from +2 to -2, and I went from 9 to 6. So actually, I'm catching up faster. So that mentality, you know, of understanding the dynamic of competition and seeing that actually Africa is doing very well as a whole. Of course, there are...
Can we pause there for a moment in terms of Africa doing very well?
As a whole. I always tell Europeans when they said, well, you know, Serbia is in Europe and Sweden is in Europe, right? Nobody says you shouldn't invest in Sweden because there is Serbia. So no place in the world is perfect. Places evolve at different paces, but what matters is in the end, in the round, are we making progress? And it's undeniable that we are making huge progress. Just the people in this room are evidence of that.
Absolutely, and the $6.6 billion that we see being deployed into infrastructure projects.
Can I make one pitch?
Yes, you
before
can.
You ask me another question. The solar energy. Some of you may know that I'm doing a transaction with a solar company in California. They're going to be listed on the NASDAQ on July 14th, God willing. But my point is that, and you mentioned, several of you, there's a revolution going in the world economy. Okay? If I give you 2 numbers, the cost of a solar watt, in 1975 was $115.30. $115 in 1975. 2010, it was $2.7. Today, it's 27 cents. It's gone from $115 to $0.27. It's divided by 400. So solar is the oil of the 21st century. Okay? We are we're at risk in Africa because you're going to see that the most powerful economies are going to have the cheapest energy if we don't participate in that revolution. You know, America is going to have the cheapest and the cleanest energy in the world. With the Inflation Reduction Act, President Biden has put $380 billion to back solar, and it's taking off like this. So my transaction, we hope to benefit from that, of course, in the US, but I spoke to Alain yesterday about this, and Mr. President, I don't have your permission, but I'd like to make a pitch to Togo on solar, because I'm looking for a pilot in Africa, because what they do is manufacturing of solar panels is residential solar. The same revolution that happened in the internet is happening in energy. If you think about information and internet, a long time, in the 90s, some of us are old enough to remember AOL and all these people. The people who own the pipes were also producing the content. You would go to AOL and they had a page of content and news. You would go to Yahoo and they had content and news. That is dead. Today, all the content is decentralized. The content production is people on TikTok, it's people on Instagram, and the people having the pipes are just passing the information back and forth. The same thing is going in energy production. It used to be that the model was big central power plants. I've built some of them with lines, etc., producing energy, distributing it. What's happening is that energy production is becoming completely decentralized. We are now at 4 million households with solar in the US. There's 88 million households in the US. It's going to end at 30%, and that's revolutionary, okay? Because it's cheap, it's clean, and the last part of the pitch is electric vehicles. what's really driving our growth is that if you put the solar on the roof and you buy an electric car, you're going to drive for free, which is really, really revolutionary. You'll never again go to a gas station. And
As you see the opportunity in infrastructure and specifically in solar, are other foreign investors deploying capital, patient capital, into the infrastructure opportunity beyond the domestic environment?
People are very excited about that. We have among my investors, we have TJ Rogers. TJ created Cypress Semiconductors. He used to be the president of the Semiconductor Association of America. He's the chairman of a company. We have John Doe. John Doe was the original investor in Amazon. He's really the first guy who believed in Amazon and backed Jeff Bezos. So we have names like that, and they are absolutely sold on the idea that, yes, we're going to do that in the US, but Africa is the next frontier, and it has to happen here with the sun and the weather we have. It's the cheapest, cleanest energy today in the world. It's now 3 cents per kilowatt hour in America, and they're going to go to 2 cents before 2030. So we're going to, again, reduce it by 30%. So I'm just worried that if we don't participate in Africa, we're going to be left behind with fossil fuels, producing expensive energy, when, I talk about a race, and in a race we need to go faster than the people we're trying to catch up with. So that's my pitch on solar. I think it's a real revolution, and it's important that we are aware of it.
Tijon, what about the AFCFTA, African Continental Free Trade Area, and the opportunity that potentially kickstarts in terms of creating that vision of a $3.6 trillion free trade environment?
It's indispensable. 2 weeks ago, we did an African FinTech conference that I organized in Kigali, and we had 3,000 participants, 67 countries, with MAS of Singapore. Talking about Asia, I did it with the Monetary Authority of Singapore, so it was Africa and Asia. Very interesting, but the thing they really complain about is they have great ideas, but if you have a great idea in America, you're looking at a market of 340 million people. If you have a great idea, I'm going to take my own country, Côte d'Ivoire, not to offend anybody. In Côte d'Ivoire, you look at 30 million people. Same idea. So they absolutely need the market to be enlarged, the market to be opened, so that they sell to, ideally, 1.3 billion Africans. I mean, you can imagine the value of that company is just completely different. People say, why don't we have unicorns? So company worth $1 billion and more. Well, it's because the markets are too small. It's not the quality of the ideas, it's the size of the market. I knew the wealthiest man in Tennessee. You know what he did? He had laundromats. Okay? That doesn't take a lot of IQ to have washing machines that turn, but it's America, so he could have thousands of laundromats. With such a simple idea, his company was worth multi-billion dollars. So size matters.
Are you happy with the progress that is being made with the African Continental Free Trade Area to this point? Given obviously there was a delay with COVID.
I'm just an entrepreneur, so entrepreneurs by nature are never happy. So I guess that's the answer to your question. We always want more, we're always faster, and always more. But I said it's a very important project, it's useful, it's good it's happening, but can we do better? It's just my philosophy of life. It's always possible to do better in any field, at any point in time. And people shouldn't be offended when they're told that. It's just an incentive to do better.
What is the one change that you would make right now, given again your experience in both public and private sector, from an international perspective when it comes to the private sector? What is the one change that you would make to this element of execution across the African continent?
I will surprise you. You know why I call my company Freedom? Huh? It's because I love Bob Marley. And in his song Redemption Song, which many of you know, he cites Marcus Garvey. There's a speech given by Marcus Garvey in Harlem, where he said this: emancipate yourselves from mental slavery, none but ourselves can free our minds. So, my battle is a battle to free our minds, nothing else.
I do just want to take a moment to open up to the audience. Are there any questions at this juncture? We'll take one burning question from the audience, and there we go. Could we get a mic deployed? Just one question. There's a hand up in the middle of the audience there, and if we can get a mic deployed. We may not be able to technically do that, but I'm just looking to see if there is execution. There we go. Go ahead, sir.
Beneath the pillow, but to give it into the system. You spoke about pension funds. You will have a lot of resistance from pension funds, because if I was a functionaire, I won't feel good with my pension fund into risk money. But I guess the form, what pension funds do, can be adapted to diaspora money and to private money. It's about I'm from KfW IPEX Bank, and we finance infrastructure in Africa commercially. Most of the time, we will take support from ECA agencies in Europe, and then we'll expect the government to stand by the whole matter. What we want to reach is a point where we no longer need such bunch of security to feel comfortable. And you said it right, if the companies locally are feeling well and are showing it outside, I guess the outsider will also feel well. Thank you so much.
So Tijan, closing statement from you. On the back of that statement, thank you very much, sir, in terms of deepening domestic capital markets, pension funds, deployment of long-term patient capital.
I mean, we're all influenced by our experience. I mean, Prudential is a life insurance company, and that's not well understood often in the French-speaking world, because they don't really have pension funds. And I paid, as CEO of Prudential, I paid more pensions than the UK government. Okay, because the system is privatized, and Prudential was, and probably still is, the biggest shareholder of the London Stock Exchange. We own 3% of the total London Stock Exchange. We own every company in the UK. And this is all made with £1, £2 since 1848 of little people working in mines, in factories. Really, this notion that this is for rich countries only is not correct. When England did its development, it was really small. We have a museum. If you go to London, you can visit it. It has the saving books. The man from the poor is an expression in England, because everybody had a little saving book where they put a shilling, whatever they could save. But if you do that on millions of people, suddenly you have the money to invest in a telecom privatization in your country. You have the money to invest in a toll bridge. So it's really that transition from retail money to institutional money, which then allows you to act at a bigger scale. And I honestly don't see a reason, other than our imagination and our willingness to change, why we cannot do that in Africa. And really, if we don't do it, it's going to be problematic. You cannot fund. You know, Silicon Valley is not funded with loans. It's funded with equity money. Okay? You cannot fund the kind of ventures we're talking about, the kind of development we're talking about, with traditional loans. So if we want to catch up, if we want to take over the rest of the world, I believe there is no other way.
As Tapiti said earlier, there's no stopping us now. Thank you so much, Tijan Tiam, who is the Executive Chairman of Freedom Acquisition Corporation. Thank you so much for your time. And unfortunately, we don't have the video from the Director General of the World Trade Organization. We will try and get that up and running after the lunch break. But ladies and gentlemen, I would now kindly ask you to take your time to enjoy lunch on the first floor of the venue, and we will reconvene here at 2 o'clock for our next session. Thank you very much, and thank you, Your Excellencies. Enjoy your lunch.
Merci pour cette session. Nous allons maintenant
Thank you very much for your attention. If you can just bear with us for another minute or two, and then we will kick off the afternoon session. I've been asked to kick off this afternoon's session, so thank you very much for joining us. Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the signing ceremony for the Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. It is always my privilege and pleasure to introduce our opening comments from our keynote speaker, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank and Chairman of the Africa50 Group Board of Directors. He is the champion of Africa's development. Dr. Adesina.
Thank you, Brown. Honorable Ministers from Togo, Honorable Minister Yaya, Honorable Minister from Gambia, Mauritania, and Congo. It's good to see you all, and welcome to this event. The President of West African Development Bank, Serge Okwe, the Director General of Badia, Dr. Tar, Africa50 CEO, Alan Ebubeseng, the CEOs and heads of African institutional investors that are here. I see the CEO of NSIA. It's good to see you, Aminu Umar Sadiq, and also the CEO of the Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, Vincent Luguenu, and your staff, and the CNS CEO, Madam Ingrid Awade. Today, in fact, is a very special day, and let me just prefix it. When we had, I was at that time the chair of the Multilateral Development Bank's President's Group. It was about in 2016. And we were thinking about how we are going to accelerate investment in infrastructure globally. And one of the things I was actually absolutely convinced about was that we cannot make more progress unless we tap into the huge amount of institutional capital that is out there. And at that time, it wasn't even as much as we have today. The projections today will show that by 2026, the amount of assets under management will rise to $145 trillion. And yet, we have these huge gaps in financing infrastructure globally, but also mostly a lot in Africa. And so one of the smartest ways in which we can do that is to make sure that we have institutional investors that are investing in water, in sanitation, in building schools, in roads, in renewable energy, in digital infrastructure, all of what we need. See, infrastructure is like somebody standing up. If you have a backbone, you stand up. You can do anything you want. But if you don't have a backbone, there's nothing you can do. Infrastructure is the backbone of economies. And so therefore, we have to make sure that we are investing optimally in infrastructure. And one of the things that I found quite bizarre was that a lot of institutional investors in Africa, pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, they were investing in money market instruments outside of Africa. Of course, there's nothing wrong in doing that because you have to run return. But in most cases, those returns are negative real rate of returns. And so the question is, if you're a pension fund and you're investing outside of Africa, and usually, of course, what a pension fund is supposed to do is to pay people annuity for the rest of their life. Well, they come back to a continent in which there's no water, there's no sanitation, there aren't good hospitals, there are no good roads, there are no good transport corridors, and you don't have energy. Well, guess what? That is a miserable retirement. And therefore, it's very important that we do all we can to leverage institutional investors. Globally, we have been asked as multilateral development banks to change our business model, and for very good reason. Because we will need so many trillions of dollars to deal with development challenges that we face in the world today. And guess what? The money is sitting out there in the private sector. The private sector wouldn't just come into anything. They are there for profit, of course. So we've got to make sure that you have the right projects that you can develop and then they can invest in. We've got to make sure that we can do risk, whether it's the project risk, whether it's market risk, whether it's forest risk or political risk, that we are able to de-risk those things for them. And also to make sure that we reduce their transaction cost of actually doing projects by not having to go all over the place looking for projects, by having platforms of aggregation. You can aggregate in terms of how you develop the projects, you can aggregate in terms of how you de-risk the projects, and you can also aggregate in terms of how you mitigate the political risks that they face. Of course, institutions like ourselves, like African Development Bank, our role is to take the risks, construction risk, early stage investments. That's where institutional investors are not going to go into, and they shouldn't. But then it means that we have to find better ways of managing ourselves in such a way that we can do synthetic securitization and move things out of our portfolio to the private sector, which we've done a lot at the African Development Bank. You know, we did one in 2018 in which, together with Africa50, in fact, Africa50 and Marina, they were taking their first risk, an Africa risk as an institutional investor, which is the room to run we did for $1 billion. And it's one of our most well-performing things, even at Africa50. And then we did another one last year with $2 billion, where we took assets that we have in our portfolio on the sovereign side, and we transferred that also to the private sector. We got insurance to do that, guarantees from the UK government for $1.6 billion, and also we insured that also on the London insurance market with another $400 million. And that freed up for us $2 billion that we can use to invest more in green climate finance for many things. And why am I saying this? I'm saying it because we need you, the institutional investors. And we have done quite a very hard work of trying to understand what your needs are, what kind of returns you're looking at. So if we invest upstream, we do it, and then the infrastructure has a more stable stream of income, of course, then it's easier for you to invest there. And there's a lot we also need to do about institutional investors is on the regulatory side. The president was talking about it today. You know, just make sure that infrastructure is an asset class that institutional investors can invest in, which is very important. And so I am absolutely delighted today, Alain, that you and also Vincent and your team have worked so hard with institutional investors. You know, nobody can tell your story better than yourself. And nobody can support you better than yourself. You are our institutional investors in Africa. You have $2.5 trillion of assets under management. Help us to develop Africa faster. Help us to put those monies there. If it is what you need is bankable projects, we're going to work as hard as we can to continue to give those series of bankable projects, lower your transaction costs of having a whole series of projects, but also help with mitigating the risks that you face. I remember when I was learning how to swim. I learned how to swim as president of the African Development Bank. Just imagine. And I remember one of my staff told me, he said, Mr. President, you know you're a key person risk. If we go on a trip and something happens, you're going to sink. I said, that's bad for the bank. So I decided to learn how to swim. Well, I got this coach who then decided to teach me how to swim. And so we began to, after 3 days, I was, trying paddling around and all of that. And then on the third day, he said, I think you can cross this pool. I said, you must be out of your mind. You really want me to be a key person risk, don't you? And so he said, I'll be right behind you. If you sink, I'm going to grab you. I said, that's comforting enough. So I began to swim. And I kept hearing a voice behind me. Don't worry, President. If you sink, I'll grab you. And I continued. Now, when I got to the end of the pool, almost to the end of the pool, I decided to look behind me to be sure that he was there, and he wasn't there. He stayed at the very end of the pool. He was speaking right through the water. And of course, I started sinking. But what I'm trying to say is I learned a big lesson there, which is when somebody can handhold, when somebody can help you, it really brings down your fear and anxiety of investing. So see the African Development Bank, see Africa50, we're there to support you. And then I found out at the end of the day that actually swimming on the deep side of the pool was the best. Actually, it's not as risky as I thought. If you take a look at it today, Moody Analytics did an assessment of infrastructure default rates globally, right? My friend Achaleke is here. I saw him. Acha. And at that time, when they did it, was like what? Almost 5% loss rate in Africa compared to Latin America, Asia, Western Europe, and all of that. They did it again in 2020. Guess what they found? Infrastructure default rate in Africa is 1.9%. If you take a look at it in Latin America, it's probably about 12.5%. In Europe, Eastern Europe, as much as 12.8%. And so Africa is not as risky as people think. And so, but the way to do that is when you, the institutional investors, are showing the way, then it means that the global institutional investors know that you are taking the risk. You are actually helping to de-risk Africa because you are there. And that's why today I am very, very delighted to be able to recognize all those that are actually working for this particular effort. And I would like them to stand and be recognized because it is a momentous period. We've never, ever on this continent had a situation wherein we have a transaction and we got, I don't know how many, 13, right? Is it 12 or 13? More than 13. Okay, well, keep on swimming. So, African Development Bank Group, Africa50. No, right, it's a fun time for us. We are happy. Yeah, please. The Bank West African Development. Yes, please. The Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund. The Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. La Caisse Nationale de Sécurité Sociale au Togo. No. It's like graduation. You stand and you remain standing. La Loterie Nationale Togolaise. La Caisse Nationale de Prévoyance Sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. La Caisse Nationale de Prévoyance Sociale de Cameroun. La Caisse de dépôt et de gestion Invest Morocco. Atijari Wafa Bank Morocco. La Caisse de dépôt et de consignation du Bénin. And the International Finance Corporation. Please put your hands together for them. I'd also like to have standing Vincent Guemo and all your great team. Please stand for you, put it together. Now, wherever you are, please, wherever you are, just get a little closer to the people around you, yeah? And I want you to hold your hands. Yeah. No, just get closer, right? So, yeah, please, go ahead. Hold somebody's hand, do something. Yeah. When you're ready, let me know. I'm behind you. right behind you. Okay, let's go together. Let's say, let's do it. That's it.
President Adesina, you never fail to lift the energy in a room and to mobilize us all into believing that we are definitely doing this. There is no stopping Africa at this juncture. The other thing President Adesina always does without fail, and this is for the past 20 years that I've been moderating sessions and had the privilege of introducing President Adesina to the stage, is he always manages to come up with the quote of the day. And the quote of the today is effectively that without a backbone, you cannot stand up. Infrastructure is the backbone for African economies. President Adesina, thank you, sir. And on that note, it is my pleasure to ask Mr. Vincent Leganu, he's the CEO of the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, to say a few words.
Merci bien. Nous allons pouvoir...
Well, thank you. We now move to the signing session. The critical moment of this session, I would like to thank the President of AFDB, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, CEO of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, directors, representatives of national and institutional institutions, directors of Africa50, invited guests. Let me start off by saying that it's with utmost honor and my team to attend this signing agreement between Acceleration Fund and Africa50. This fund invests in energy, water, sanitation, transport, logistics, telecommunication, social infrastructure on the entire continent. It is a memorable moment, as recalled by President Adesina a while ago. This fund will take real equity that will be with a high support of 17 investors, and I was still waiting for more. Even though they are not here present in our midst today, I would like to commend them and thank them. This is $500 million. It's an initiative of Africa50 being the sponsor, taking advantage of the support of the African Development Bank, as the President just recalled a while ago. Amongst the very first that have concretized their support to the Acceleration Fund, aside AFDB and Africa50, I would like to mention CNSSS of Togo and Lonato. And so it's with utmost pleasure that we organize this ceremony here in Lome. This signing is a very important stage. We're still waiting for more African institutional investors in months to come, and their presence will be testimony of trust in the potential of the continent, as well as the class of assets that we have on the continent. Let me conclude by saying that the strong mobilization of African capital will ease mobilization of capitals from other parts of the world. I would want to commend the president of the World Bank, SFE, and with the presence of his representative. Thank you.
Vincent, thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to take a seat right there, sir. And we are going to start with the signing ceremony for the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. I'd like to call up at this stage Mr. Alain Ebobisse, Chief Executive Officer of the Africa50 Group and a sponsor and investor in the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. And I'm going to ask you to take a seat in the middle, sir. Thank you very much. I'd like to call up Mr. Solomon Queno, the Vice President for Private Sector Infrastructure and Industrialization Complex, AFDB. Mr. Yusuf Huisi, he is the Director General Corporate Investment Banking, Atijari Wafa Bank. Thank you. Dr. Sidi Otta is the Chief Executive Officer of Badea. And Mr. Serge Ekwe, who is BOAD. Thank you very much. We're going to do this in two sequences. This is my first sequence. We have Donna Bennett, who is the Principal Legal Counsel for the Africa50 group, who will be collecting these documents. And once we've done the first signing session, I am going to ask whether you would like to make comments in terms of your view of the opportunity at hand, your overall message that you would like to leave us with as we look to this momentous occasion for the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. Donna, will you signal when you have the documents in hand? And as soon as we have documents in hand, then the microphone on the desk, I would like to pass between the signatories at this stage who would like to make a comment on the momentous occasion that we are witnessing. A round of applause. As our first sequence, Donna Bennett is the Principal Legal Counsel, Africa50 Group, and VP Queno, if you would like to perhaps take the mic first. It is in front of you, sir. Just a couple of words on your perception of the event right now and your participation.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Bronwyn. First of all, congratulations to Vincent Opuyo and also to my good friend Alain and Tapidi. It was interesting listening to Tidiane earlier this morning, and he said, you judge people by their minimum. You want to raise that minimum as high as possible. For me, I've known Vincent for over 20 years. I've also worked with Opuyo in the trenches in a similar situation. Alain and I go too far back to mention, and I've been on the unfortunate end of Tsapidi when she was at RMB. So you know these people and you know really the way they act in crisis. And for me, that's what gave me confidence initially to take a look at this fund. The next thing is, you know, everybody knows my president. He's the optimist in chief in Africa. And what he has said is that he's going to focus on the global flows. I should focus on the regional flows. And for us at AFDB, coming in, doing all the due diligence to actually give confidence to African institutional investors that this is a fund to support was more important to us than the funding itself, because we're here to catalyze. And, you know, Mr. President, you talked about the $2.5 trillion. I've heard your charge. From here, we actually head to Kigali for the annual African Sovereign Investors Forum, where we continue to do our work to really catalyze the $2.5 trillion worth of assets under management in Africa into infrastructure and the productive sectors. Thank you.
I'm not going to force anybody to make statements, but please go ahead. Alain?
I love to make a statement, but since there is somebody who's more qualified to make a statement than me on these matters of pension fund who has just joined the room, Tidiane, and Tidiane has some scheduling constraints, so I'd like to give my time to Tidiane to make a statement on why is it that it's so important to have pension fund financing development, if that's okay.
100%. Tidiane, would you like to come up to the podium?
En français or in English, as you wish.
Well, in French then. The President, dear friend, dear Alain, let me start off by apologizing, and my apologies for joining in. I'm in 2 or 3 places at the same time, and I have to go back quickly. All I wanted to say, I was a boss of Prudential. Quite often people don't understand what it means. People believe it's an insurance company. It's a life pension, life insurance. We manage retirement quite often. We pay more retirement than the UK government. Not forgetting ranking second in Asia. So it's a group of pension. My view is that Prudential, being the very first shareholder, well, that's about 3% of stock exchange in UK. That comes from 1848. We've converted the savings, £50, £1, 10 million people over some years. My argument, what is critical when it comes to capital, it's equity. Financing is from equity financing, and so banks play a critical role because they cannot provide equity in the long term. If we have a banking system, there is something missing, which is key. Financing of the economy. The very first source of financing of an economy, it's not the banks, capital markets, life insurance, pension funds. Now, all the funds the Carler manages, these are assets of pension funds, CalPERS. And so this has to do with third-party management. All this come from pension fund. We need to understand it. If we want to build an ecosystem in Africa towards financing of productive financing in the economy, pension funds, retirement funds by accumulation is quite unavoidable. We are lucky because we are young. There is historic opportunity. Now we have a historic opportunity to create pension funds because they have a life cycle. Well, if the population is young, they accumulate assets that increase with return on investment until we disperse. And we are lucky. We are far from disbursement. And so, we need to build that fund now. Don't do like Europeans. They all are bankrupt because they did not generate enough return. Nobody's thinking about it. A young population, it's a very good future if we don't do it. In 40 years, 50 years, we'll be talking about elderly people. There is a window of opportunity for us. And so we need to build this pension fund. Well, there are regulations from the banking sector that makes it possible to invest in equity. And so indeed we have a very positive opportunity. I commend Africa50 and AFDB and all ministers of finance, pension funds signing this agreement today. This is exactly what needs to be done so that we have long-term quality funds in local currency. These are the conditions for the success of our businesses. We really need this in Africa. That will make it possible to finance infrastructure and improve our conditions of life. That is my viewpoint. So once again, thousands of apologies. And so I wish full success to this new initiative of Vincent Logeno. I know him. He was my vice chair in Cape 2000. In 1994, that was an organization. I was the chair in Paris. And so it's a long-standing friend. Thank you. Full success to your deliberations and activities. Once again, apologies.
The incomparable Tidjane Thiam, thank you so much. And of course, former global CEO of Credit Suisse and the executive chairman of Freedom Acquisition Corporation. Mr. Orisi, would you like to say a couple of words, sir?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Their Assistance, Mr. President, Mr. Director General. Very glad and very honored to be here, and thank you for your invitations. Congratulations for this very impressive initiative. As Tijari Wafa Bank, a Pan-African banking institution, we are very glad to be part of the infrastructure fund, African fund, both as an investor but also as an advisor, since we have helped also in the fundraising and catalyzing private investment into the fund. Actually, we are not an institutional investor, we are a bank, but we needed to be there, we needed to be present, because as a banking Pan-African institution, we witnessed the gap in terms of equity and the need for long-term institutional capital. We have massively involved into the project finance in Africa, in our 16 countries of presence. And we face some key challenges in terms of syndication, size of the financings, in terms of maturity, but also in terms of equity. And that's where this fund comes with a very accurate answer, very needed in terms of providing the needed equity by bringing together all stakeholders, whether pension funds, institutional investors, sovereign funds, along with development banks and commercial banks, to get this alignment and get all the stakeholders all together in order to get alignment, in order to get also capacity building and accelerate also the pace of the investment that we need in Africa. So once again, congratulations. Very glad to be part of this initiative. And we also strongly believe in the success that will come thanks to the team, the quality of the team that we have worked with all over these months, and plain success to all. Thank you.
Dr. Sidi Ota.
Thank you. Let me first of all commend President Adesina for his leadership role and for the success of this initiative we've been waiting for. Thank you. Congratulations to Allah and his team, and as well as Vincent. For the newborn baby, we've been waiting for this for years. Now, the Badia is pretty much honored to be involved in this initiative, and as we speak today, our participation translates a new phase for the bank, because for several decades we were funding through concessional funds. Now we have new opportunities with this fund to fund PPP investment, and in particular to mobilize private funds from shareholders of Badia to come and invest and contribute in de-risking and changing the perception of risk when it comes to investment in infrastructure in Africa. And so this is the beginning of a new long journey. We are on together. Thanks for establishing this fund. Together we will succeed. Thank you.
Mr. Ekwe, final word in this sequence goes to you before we call up our next signatories, sir. Mr. Ekwe.
Thank you. Merci.
I thank you, Your Excellency, President Adesina, my dear brother, Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Togolese Republic, the CEO, ladies and gentlemen, the West African Development Bank is honored to get involved in this signing for a number of reasons. The first one, the very first one, as it were, investing is a sign of trust, in particular when it comes to capital investment, which is a long-term investment by excellence. And if we Africans, we fail to invest in our own structures, how then the world can do so? How then all the others in the world follow in our footsteps and participate in our investment, whereas we will be reluctant? So it was not possible for the West African Development Bank to shy away from the signing. In another development, we are shareholders of the AFDB, and I would want to thank President Adesina, my brother Akin, for having accepted, and Vice President for accepting capital increase. And let me seize this opportunity to thank him. Now, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. You give me salt, I'll give you pepper, as the English say. So you're giving me this, I'll give you pepper. All this to say, the infrastructure topic is no longer topical. Infrastructure is topical. We need to take action. Time of the essence. The fact that the West African Development Bank actively participate and support us is really relevant. Now, there is an issue of capital, but also the capacity to execute. The skill set of people are well known that Alain and Vincent and their team, they are really seasoned bankers, financiers that are well known across the world, renowned ones. And indeed, we really want to achieve, and I'm sure you will succeed. We will succeed. And today, there must be some kind of ecosystem in Africa. And this form of solidarity and vibrance, we need to maintain it. And once again, to conclude, it's normal for us to be seated side by side with you. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to ask you all to stand down. Allah, I would like you to remain seated, please. Everyone else, if you could please leave the stage, and we'll go into, you can 100%, if you would like to have a group picture as well, please go ahead. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to the second sequence of our signing ceremony. And I'm going to ask the following people to please join Alain on stage. Mr. Letendre Brice Oueton, the Chief Executive Officer of CDC Benin. Mr. El Hadji Mamadou Dio, Chief Executive Officer, CDC Senegal. Ms. Ingrid Akwad, who is the Chief Executive Officer, CNSSS, Togo. Mrs. Fatoumata Sissokosi, Manager, Infrastructure, Natural Resources, West and Central Africa of the IFC. Mr. Jose Esomeba Kola, Chief Executive Officer, Lonato. And Mr. Aminu Umar Sadiq, Chief Executive Officer, NSIA. Again, we have Donna Bennett, Principal Legal Counsel of Africa50, overseeing the signing and collating the documents. We will give her the opportunity to get that procedure done before we open to comments from each of our signatories. And there we have it, Donna Bennett off stage with the documents in hand, the Principal Legal Counsel, Africa50, and that is the second sequence of the signing ceremony for the Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. Please could we have a round of applause? Again, I'm going to allow the mic to go down across the table, and if you can share some words on this momentous occasion, please go ahead. Again, if you don't want to, engage with a statement. Please don't feel under any pressure.
Okay, thank you, Browning. Just quickly, I think at Africa50, we have 3 strategic pillars that are guiding our activities. First is project development to build up the pipeline of bankable projects so that there is actually there are projects that are available for investors to invest. Then later stage investing in equity, where we can invest in projects that have been developed by others. And then the third pillar is to mobilize long-term savings from within Africa to outside Africa to channel those funds into Africa infrastructure. This is one of the major milestones in the implementation of that third strategic pillars. And we believe that is so important. It's in line with the vision of our chairman, Chairman Adesina, that really is asking us to work very hard to mobilize funds from within Africa and outside Africa. And we are very pleased that all of the institutional investors, the other investors from Africa mostly, but also globally with IFC, the African Development Bank, they're joining us in this very important project, very exciting, which we hope is only a beginning, because there are $2.3 trillion of assets under management in Africa by institutional investors. We're only starting today with Acceleration Fund, $500 million. This is a beginning, but it's an impressive beginning, and we look forward to doing more with these partners. Thank you very much.
Allah, could you pass the microphone to either your right or to your left, sir? Thank you, Ms. Awad.
Merci beaucoup, madame.
Thank you very much, Madam, the President of EFTB, President of BOAD, Honorable Ministers, Mr. Bobise and Mr. Legino. Thank you for presenting this project, which is well aligned with our current needs. Invest. The retired people would really take later on in viable project. You received me when I came to you in Casablanca. Well, you reassured me, and that made it possible for us to speed up this process. Thank you. Thank the entire team for the warm welcome. And so take very good care of the pensions of retired people in Togo. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Dia.
It's me. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur.
Thanks a lot. The Director General of AFTB, Director General of BOAD, ladies and gentlemen from the finance community, let me first of all commend Alain of Africa50 for such a beautiful initiative. CDC Senegal should have been here. It's an obligation. You remember the forum in Paris, the President of the Republic mentioned 3 or 4 times Africa50 in his speech. It means that we have a strong expectation concerning financing, and so we should be pleased. We need to participate in competitive investment in the environment we are now. Solidarity that will prevail will allow us to be more attractive as compared to the other funds that will be made available to the estates or businesses in Africa. Thank you very much for the invitation. CDC Senegal is by your side so that together we forge ahead and succeed. Thank you.
Can I ask you to pass the mic the other way? There is no pressure. Of course, if I can pass to Mrs. Sisokosi. Thank you very much. From the IFC, some comments from you, Madam.
Okay, thank you. I'm very pleased, very honored to be here. President Adesina, Serge, Alain, Vincent, ministers. It's a great pleasure to be part of this signing ceremony for IFC. As you know, IFC is the private arm of the World Bank Group. We have just finished our fiscal year, 30 June. We have achieved 2.6 billion for the infrastructure in Africa, which is great, but at the same time, if I recall what we were saying earlier this morning, bridging the gap of infrastructure is absolutely phenomenal. So we have to do more, we have to go faster, we have to bridge together this gap. So it's a great honor for IFC to work on this partnership with this infrastructure fund, Acceleration Infrastructure Fund with Africa50. And we have worked quite a while with the team, so we really thank the team for their dedication, for their expertise, for their specialization, their availability. We do think that Africa50 and IFC, we have the same ambition, we have the same vision, and I think it's, for us, it's a natural partnership to work together to bridge this infrastructure gap in Africa. So thank you again for taking part of this ceremony with these great leaders of Africa. So thanks a lot in the name of IFC.
Monsieur le Ministre.
The Minister of Economy and Finance, I will start by you because you are the one who gave me the authorization to be part of this fund. The President of AFTB, the President of BOD, let me first of all thank all the promoters of this project. And indeed, Lonato is pleased to be part of this fund, simply because our constitution requires of us to participate beside the government in socio-economic development. I would not bother you with the key importance of infrastructure investment. The more authoritative voices said this morning that infrastructure stimulates growth. It makes it possible to achieve development objectives. But what I would want is to share with you a comment. Indeed, we've had several infrastructure funds in Africa, several of them. NEPAD with its infrastructure fund, BOD itself, West African Economic and Monetary Fund, AFTB. So if we believe that there is need for this new fund 6 years ago, and you described the innovative nature of this fund, we need to maintain that innovation. Otherwise, we will have all difficulties for pretty much like the other funds. This fund should be leverage for our states so that they can raise funds. Indeed, deficit in that field is huge. This fund will not be enough, and there must be funds on which we can leverage, and that will allow the states to really bridge that deficit, given that the deficit is so huge. And I'm wondering, in few years down the line, we can succeed in bridging that gap. And indeed, it's a pleasure for us here Lonato. Well, that makes it possible to enhance the participation of the state for it to raise funds and achieve infrastructure investment.
Thank you very much, President of the AFDB, honorable ministers here present, colleagues. I think, firstly, I bring you greetings from the board and management of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. I think all that needs to be said has been said. I think I'll just summarize briefly from NSI's perspective why this was such a compelling proposition. I think the first thing is that when we look at a lot of the GPs investing in emerging markets, a lot of them actually, as opposed to focusing on being sponsors or co-developers, are focused on being financial investors. I think in speaking to Alain, it was clear he had that detailed understanding that for him to be able to execute effectively, he actually had to roll up his sleeves and develop transactions, sometimes from scratch, alongside strategic partners from these frontier market jurisdictions. And I think for us, that was one of the three things that set him apart. The second was around an understanding as to how to get things done through strategic partners. It is one thing to say you're an Africa-focused fund, but it's another thing to be able to actualize these very complex projects that is sometimes needed in these jurisdictions. And I think in speaking to the team, that understanding around the importance of strategic partnerships and getting things done actually also stood out. And I think thirdly, and this has been said a lot, the importance of equity as the instrument of choice to facilitate transactions in Africa. And I think a combination of those three things from NSI's standpoint is what stood this proposition apart. So I want to congratulate you for your leadership, and we look forward to you doing even bigger things in short order. So congratulations.
Thank you again. Alain, just a closing word from you, sir. Before we have a group photo, and then I'll ask President Adesina to join us and all the signatories from the first sequence to join us for a family photo. But Alain Ebobise, Chief Executive Officer, Africa50 Group, a sponsor and investor in the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. Final word to you, sir.
Well, just a final word would be quite short, which is let's get on with implementation. Let's try to get things done. And also, I should mention that CDC Senegal is also, we forgot to mention CDC Senegal at the beginning. They're also part of the LP group. And so we thank all the partners that have joined us for this very important journey, this very strategic journey to mobilize resources from Africa and globally to solve an African challenge, at least to contribute to doing so, which is the gap in infrastructure. But I won't speak too much because now we should get to implementation. We should get things done. We should get projects done. And we should get them done, like my chairman likes to say, at speed and with scale. So let's just go ahead and do it. Thank you.
If I could ask, please, President Adesina, if you could join the other signatories to the stage as well, and we have a final picture. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the signing ceremony for the Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. Let's do it, as President Adesina would say. And another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we close out the family photo for the signing ceremony of the Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And we're now going to move on to the next sequence of our afternoon's events. And it is my pleasure to hand over at this point to Mr. Acha Leke, who's a senior partner and chairman of McKinsey & Company Africa, to chair your next session. Acha, always a pleasure to see you. And good luck with your conversation. I know that you are going to call up in your own sequence your panelists for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Acha Leke, Senior Partner and Chairman of McKinsey & Company Africa. He will lead the next discussion of this afternoon's session.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Bronwyn. And good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Hello. There we go. Thank you. So first, I really want to talk about how historic this moment is. I don't know if we all recognize it. I think a lot of us, we spend a lot of time talking about how, as Africans, before we look outside, we should look within ourselves to fund our development. And for me, this is a real tangible example of that. And it hasn't happened very often, right? So hopefully it's the first of many. So again, wanted to say big congrats to Alain, Vincent, the entire team, President Adesina, and everybody for this. So congratulations. But then the question is, how do we do more of it, right? How do you mobilize more institutional capital, starting with us Africans to fund our development? And to answer that, let me invite some esteemed panelists to join me, starting with Dr. Siduta from the DG Badea. Please come back and join me. Thank you. My brother Serge Ekwe, President de la BOAD. Please join. Thank you. Madame Ingrid Awade from CNSS au Togo. On se quitte plus. Aminou, Umar Sadiq, CEO of the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Youssef Rouissi, who runs corporate and investment banking for Tijari Wafa Bank. And last but not least, Ron Mensi, who's the head of Africa for BlackRock Climate Finance Partnership. Oh, there's Ron. Welcome. We are running late, so I'm going to go straight into it. Et je vais commencer avec vous, le DG. Vous venez d'investir dans...
You've just invested in this fund. Please tell us about the projects in which you invest as Badea across the continent. What has been your experience when it comes to those investments? What should we do so that you invest more in infrastructure in Africa? Well, thank you. Badea was established over 49 years ago. We are present when it comes to infrastructure investment in general, and in particular transport investment. We contributed in financing more than 200 road transport projects in landlocked countries. And so that made it possible to link these countries to coastal and urban cities. We finance also airport projects. We contribute in the building of Addis Ababa airport building. And we also invested in several regions in Africa. We also contributed in financing a number of bridges and ports. And very recently, we also committed in investing in PPP projects. I believe that this initiative today is very important for Badea. Concessional financing is very limited, and the needs in infrastructure financing in Africa require sizable resources, in particular mobilization of institutional financing. It so happens that majority of shareholders of Badea have very abundant resources, but quite often they do not invest because of the perception of the risk. But I believe that with the presence of EFTB and also BOAD and other institutional investors who are part of this fund today, we have a vehicle through Africa50, and this will allow us to attract all these investors, institutional investors, from shareholders of Badea that will contribute in attracting sizable resources that makes it possible to speed up financing infrastructure projects. And indeed, our countries need these funds. Thank you. Maybe one last question. What should we do, be it in the public sector, with international partners, to attract more capital in Africa? The very first question is the perception of the risk, the commitment of institutions that are in this fund, AFDB, and some of the banks makes it possible to have a better perception of the risk. We should also think of other mechanisms to assist in de-risking the project and showing, as President Adesanya just said, the risk default is lower as compared to other regions in the world. We need to take action quickly and set good examples, show success stories to avoid people being reluctant. Establishment of this fund, commitment of all partners will really allow us to attract investors who have been very absent when it comes to financing and infrastructure in Africa. Absolutely. Now, BOT, you are very present in the sub-region. Now, the question is, what should we do to attract more investors, be it international investors or African investors, to support you in financing infrastructure in Africa? What should be the role of multilateral institutions, public institution to finance infrastructure? Thank you very much. Capital. The catchword today is the capital. You create it in three ways. You bring in new investors aside our region. How do you do this? We should make sure that our region should be attractive. We must ensure that the bonds that we issue are easily accessible to be able to invest in our region. It's technically complicated to open bond accounts, and so it makes things very complicated. So we want to make sure that our region is attractive enough, and I'm a staunch advocate of our capacity to render our bonds attractive. The Japanese investor, just an example, the Chinese, for instance, no matter where he is in the world, should have in his portfolio bonds that represent our economy, our vibrancy, bonds that or securities that makes it possible to render its portfolio more attractive. And so if there is a difficulty, we need to be able to trade it on the market day in, day out. The second way to do so, you have to produce it yourself. You have a positive net result, you increase your reserve, and so that makes it possible to increase your equity. This will support financing of our fund, of our entrepreneurs in the long run. The third way, you can create capital, and this is what is interesting. When you can, or you manage to unleash pressure or remove pressure, you manage to transfer your equity, your securities that are stored in your papers, you securitize it, and really you transfer it, the performance, that is reducing pressure. 1 franc CFA francs of capital, that makes it possible to finance 400 CFA francs of project. If you recycle these 4 francs, you start it all over again from origination. That makes it possible to reinvest. That same franc CFA can be used several times to invest in our infrastructure. These are the 3 ways by which you can create capital or equity. And once again, the very first step and you were referring to it. The idea, as far as I'm concerned, is to ensure that all our investments are securitized, and we should be able to mobilize it. An investor, wherever he is in the world, should buy our securities, add value to it, in order to beef up its portfolio. Now, what is the role of DFIs? DFIs, they are counter-cyclical. We intervene when people do not intervene. This is what we typically did in BOD when COVID struck. I stand to be guided by the President more than 200 billion COVID plan, and so we have another plan for investment to be easily disbursed, 100 billion. Over the past few years, BOD invested more than 600 million euros in a counter-cyclical manner, and indeed, when a crisis strikes, we should be able to provide liquidity, because there is no response to the crisis, and the response is cash. Cash is king, as it were. And so this is one of the roles of DFIs, and we are counter-cyclical, and we are investors, and we are long-term stakeholders. As a president of BOD, I'm not overwhelmed by the net result being negative. Well, indeed, I will have problems, but the main objective of a DFI is not to produce net result. No, it's to provide liquidity to support our economies, be it in the public and the private sector, provide liquidity in a counter-cyclical manner. I thank you.
Très clair. Peut-être on passe
Thank you. Very clear. Maybe we'll go to the DG of CNSS. So can you talk a little bit about the CNSS? What type of securities you have today? And then, and part of the deal we've just done, what are the new securities that you're thinking about investing in so as to expand your activities? Thank you very much, sir. The National Security Fund is a social protection organism of public law, and it has a public utility service mission. So we assure the collection of the social dues of private, informal, private, informal, and also artisans funds. We have to serve them during the duration of the activities, family allowances, maternity, sickness, and also cover their professional risks. And finally, ensure the payment of payment of pensions for the retirees. So when we have finished expanding during their activities, for those who are active, you have to save money to be able to ensure the service of pensions on retirement. So to this effect, we have today several vehicles on the financial market. We intervene at the level of the shares and equities, but also we are shareholders in many financial establishments and insurance companies in Togo. And very lately, we have invested a little in energy through the Kifema company, at the level of the central the power plant that produces energy, and I'm talking under the supervision of the Minister of Finance. So to date, we have 65% of the shares of the reference hospital of level 4 reference hospital of Togo, and today investing in the funds. And that Mr. Ebobise, Mr. Legomis came to present to us, we have taken a new step in our history, because it is the first time that we are investing on an infrastructure, state infrastructure, because normally we are strictly on the private sector. But what we expect is not only the profitability of these investments, the viability and the sustainability of the company or activity. Today, the retiree would be more at ease to know that his funds are made to are multiplied to be able to help him have his pension throughout the end of his life. Because when we look today, when the active person saves after 15 years of retirement, he has used up what he has saved. So beyond that, it is what interest we've made that we use. So what we want to have today is first to be reassured and have a good profitability of our placements. We try to also strike a balance between everything that is obligation, state securities, treasury bonds, but we also take everything that could be calculated risks. By calculated risk, in terms of shares, we have dividends, we earn dividends, but what we expect from Africa50 today is to develop the country on one hand, and also to propose to us 3 measures as we have a treasury available to produce a new product which could make us make our placement profitable. So par rapport à this, are you open to other proposals? Yes, of course. If we are reassured and if we find that interesting and we have availability of funds, of course we're interested, because it's a payment that constitute our investments. Perfect. Thank you. Aminu, please.
Having sort of been at the beginning of NSIA, I'm first curious, how is NSIA doing? Secondly, can you tell us a bit about the asset classes that you invest in? And also how active you are? We just heard from Togo about what they're doing outside of Togo. How active are you outside of Nigeria today? And what would it take for you to do more, of course?
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Achan. Good to see you. I think NSI is doing very well, both from the perspective of our financial results, augmentation of our assets under management, as well as our infrastructure footprints domestically. In terms of how we are organized, we have 3 separate and ring-fence funds by law. We have a stabilization fund that provides stabilization support during times of economic duress. It's 20% of fund allocation. We have a future generations fund that is a diversified portfolio of growth and hedge assets. These first 2 funds are fund of funds, so they essentially invest through other funds. The third fund is a domestic infrastructure fund. We have 7 focus sectors. The constraint there is that by law we have to invest only in Nigeria. We have investments in healthcare, agriculture, in toll roads, in energy defined broadly, but with a focus on renewables, gas-based industries, technology, and what we call financial markets infrastructure. In terms of what we need to do to invest more, I think the first thing, in my view, is for NSI to use its own capital to catalyze additional capital. I think the way we are looking at our investments now is essentially to take a step back to determine value dislocations in focus sectors that we're interested in, and to create companies or platforms through which we can essentially engage in those sectors. So NSI has created a carbon fund with VTOL. We are launching a renewable energy platform to do more renewable energy projects. We are hopefully coming to close with another institutional. So we're creating a lot of these platforms, essentially undertaking a couple of demonstration projects to prove our concepts, and then going out to raise capital in order to scale. So in terms of where we are focusing on, at least for the last year, on the infrastructure side, it will probably be ESG and climate financing. The second will be healthcare, and then the third will be technology.
And in terms of then your experience, you have a number of public sector leaders here. What do you need them to put in place for you to do even more across the continent? What needs to change?
Honestly speaking, I think NSIA's view is very similar to that of Africa50. I think we are up for creating that change. We honestly are not trying to sit back and wait for change to occur before we engage. We are actually motivated to participate in creating that change. There are two downsides with that. The first is that it could be slow, because as an investor, you find yourself rolling up your sleeves, you find yourself doing things that you otherwise wouldn't do, perhaps in the West. But in terms of getting things done in a manner that allows your capital to be absorbed into the proposition, I think that is the only way to go. So I think that's the first. The second is, if anything, what governments can do is to facilitate the implementation of AFCA. I think to the extent that we have that large African market that is devoid of issues around customs, issues around transportation within the continent, I think that will actually allow us facilitate more capital flows into the continent.
Perfect. Hopefully we'll see that change, and that's starting to change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sur ici, parlons du...
Speaking, so you finance a lot of projects through the various sectors all across the continent. What has been your experience in these financings, particularly in matter of risk and risk prospection in Africa, par rapport to the reality? What has been your experience in that? And also, one more time, what should we do to attract more financiers as you, so as to accompany other investors in the sector of infrastructures? Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this question. I'd like to, if you please allow, to remind that the Chigal Group is a banking group, Pan-African group from Morocco, which is present today in 26 countries, including 16 in Africa. And it started its African expansion in 2005. So we are in 15 countries in Northern Africa, in Western Africa, and Francophone Central Africa, and since 2017 also in Egypt with a mission and a vision of development, which consists in being a local stakeholder in each of the countries and thereby contribute really in long term to the socio-economic development of each of our present market we are present on, which presupposes a long-term vision for the very small companies, SMEs, and large corporate, but also in commitment in corporate finance and in industrial, because we know that development can be done only when it is articulated between emergence of the medium class, satisfaction of their needs, and all this on a backbone of infrastructure that makes it possible to sustain the long-term growth. So we try to really act in this long-term and industrial visions. Now, to answer your question more specifically in the area of infrastructure, for the past 20 years, our group has been strongly committed in this area in different sectors and different countries, and the ports, airport, transport, energy is also a fundamental element in which our group has been involved with more than 2,000 megawatt of wind in different countries. So we've had an interesting experience, and a return on investment has been extremely positive. Generally speaking, we have investments and financing of projects which have behaved well. So if I could draw some tendencies or trends in terms of return of experience, I would say that there are some fundamental elements which we have tried to consider each time. And first of these, since we are talking of infrastructure, we're talking of maturity between 15 and 20 years. We have gone in some cases all the way to 23 years in terms of maturity in the area of electric energy, electric power. It is to say to you that we are really committed in the long term in the macroeconomic, on the interest rate policy, and on the level of inflation. And so it is necessarily things that are looked at with attention when you project yourself in time over a long time prospect. The second thing that we have observed is that generally the mobilizing stakeholders and commercial banks is based on governmental visions. In the case of Morocco, Morocco has committed with a vision around 42% of renewable energy in the energy mix of Morocco. And I can tell you that this gives a visibility to investors and a strong mobilization of stakeholders. The third essential element when we speak of project financings of framework PPP, it is of course the solidity of the contractual framework, the stability of the commitment of the state and public part as off-takers to pay each month the bills, water, electricity, port, and in times and in due time. So it's always this legal frame which is very important. But I would say that once we've said this, we have now solved the whole equation. We have to say that we also have stakes as a banking sector and as well in terms of private sector, because there are stakes that we try to manage in terms of size of investment, size of the financing, so need of a necessity of partnerships. This is where the partnerships with TFIs, with the development banks and with institutions, Pan-African institutions, the banks, commercial banks, is very extremely important. We've talked about National project, Shoreway, 420 megawatts. It's 14 banks. It's a partnership between commercial, local, international banks, DFIs. We have made it possible for this project to know the light of day and to have maturities that are long-term. So the maturities are also a stake for our continent. Very often we have limits in terms of maturity in sub-Saharan Africa on 10, 12 years of maturity. So there's work to be done in terms of expansion mechanism for the maturities through mixed financing and through mix of expansion guarantee of maturity expansion guarantees that exist on the market that have to be structured. It's also backing on resources that are more longer than the bank resources. So I have to say that we have a green climate fund, and today when we talk about sustainable development, we specially help you channel certain number of projects and concessional resources over 20, 40 years, which would therefore help us bridge the gap. And finally, to close, I would say that the question of the issue of I would say the partnership is of course initiatives such as this that brings us together today, because we are thus managing to reconcile banking, financing of equities, but also it's also capacity building. It's also the capacity to structure projects, because what we often see on the field is that the delays do not necessarily come from a lack of resources. The delays also comes from the capacity to structure, the capacity to make a project bankable, so as to help sponsors, commercial banks to come on board. Once again, thank you for the initiative today, and to make it sustainable, I'll join the appeal, the call that was made this morning on the development of our capital markets, the depth and the liquidity of our capital markets, the construction of efficient and the mobilization of institutional investors with new industries should start and prosper. The mobilization of institutional investment through structured vehicles would make it possible to catalyze and channel more equities on infrastructure projects in the long term, so that we can invest together once again in medium and long-term maturities. So in summary, positive return of experience, but we have to accelerate things through the CFO partnership. Absolutely. You talked about partnership.
Open up hopefully for some Q&A before we close. But Ron, we just spoke about partnerships. So tell us about this BlackRock's Climate Finance Partnership. What's it about? And in particular, if you take more of an ESG lens, we haven't spoken much about ESG today, but if you take more of an ESG lens, what do we need to do to channel more sort of ESG-related AUMs towards African infrastructure?
Thank you, Acha. It's a pleasure to be here with so many of you and see some familiar faces. So BlackRock's Climate Finance Partnership, it's the newest fund on our BlackRock Climate Infrastructure Group. That group manages capital across several different funds, which to date have been OECD-focused funds. So what's really exciting is this climate finance partnership, or we refer to it as CFP, is the first dedicated emerging market strategy. It's also the first private markets, private equity strategy that BlackRock has done where there is a compulsory mandate for Africa. So it is the right step, and it really echoes a lot of what's been talked about today about the importance of marshaling in institutional capital focused on Africa. So the remit of the partnership is focused on not only renewable power, but also climate-related infrastructure. And by that, it's battery storage, electric vehicle, mobility, transmission and distribution, as long as there's a climate-tied angle. And then those themes continue to expand. We're getting a lot of inbounds on some interesting opportunities and specific needs in Africa. Those themes are also very relevant to what the broader group, BlackRock's Climate Infrastructure Group, has invested in over the years and has developed a particular expertise. We're a very large investor in battery storage globally, investing in one of the largest batteries in the world in Australia at the moment. We're one of the largest investors in electric vehicle and electric mobility. And we look to see what are the nuances of how those themes will propagate in emerging markets, and today relevant to Africa, what needs to happen in order to push this along. The impetus for this fund was a conversation with our chairman at a conference several years ago, and it was on this discussion about the energy transition, what needs to happen, what is the role of institutional capital, but a key question was, where is this capital going to come from for the emerging markets, and how will that capital support the transition in emerging markets? But I think there's a second piece to that, which is if you think about what this energy transition means, this theme of decarbonization. You know, we look at, we call it the 3Ds, but decarbonization, the digitalization of infrastructure, and then the decentralization of infrastructure, so moving infrastructure and assets closer to the point of use. We think that that's a $100 trillion opportunity across the next 3 decades. And what's exciting for Africa is that that doesn't happen without this continent. When you think about the natural resources that are here, when you think about the new business models that are here and the demand side, there's a huge opportunity for Africa to benefit across the value chain. So again, this question of where is this capital going to come from in order to help move this along, and that's what CFP is about. Coming to the question of how do we get more ESG-related capital, it's a very pertinent question for this initiative. So CFP was structured as a blended finance facility. And I just want to echo some of the comments made earlier about my co-panelist about what is the role of DFIs and multilaterals. So in this instance, we were able to structure a catalytic layer of capital that were supported by the governments of Japan, France, and Germany, and joined by some philanthropic institutions. And that helped marshal in other institutional capital that might not have otherwise been there. And we're in the annual shareholder meeting season. So I'm just coming from our annual shareholder meeting in New York. And what I was really struck by positively were a lot of investors who are not necessarily invested in this fund, maybe invested in other funds, but were coming and asking me about Africa. What can they learn? What are we doing in CFP that maybe they could be part of a CFP too? Where are the opportunities? Where are the opportunities of scale? So I think this blended finance capital, this structure where perhaps institutions who are able to take different forms of risk can help catalyze additional capital to come in, that seemed to have worked this time. But I wouldn't stop there. I think this notion of execution that has been talked about, we need to not only announce when opportunities are happening, that's great, but we also need to announce the finishing, right? How that capital gets back, how exits are happening, when loans are repaid, et cetera. That information is super important to get out to global investors so that they can see that there's this track record that continues to be built up. And that track record is there. I think one other area that we have to tackle is some of these hard obstacles, right? In order to talk about the enormity of capital that's required to close this infrastructure gap and marshaling institutional capital, a lot of that capital is going to be hard currency linked, and some of these opportunities will have local currency revenue. So how do we deal with that mismatch? And we're further along enough in the track record to know that sometimes that doesn't work out, that these returns are eroded by that differential, and when you have local currency depreciation. And so we do need new structures, and perhaps there's a role of multilaterals and development finance institutions to take a part of that risk, not all of it, but take a part of that risk, and institutional capital should also bear some of that risk, and I think that's happening, but it needs to be on a larger scale, and I think we do need to see some new structures to deal with that.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's open up for maybe 1 or 2 rounds of questions. Do we have, I see 2 questions. Do we have some mics? And if you can keep your questions, just introduce yourself and please keep your questions short so we can take a few. Do you have any mics?
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. My name is Fabian George, and I'm from Nigeria. I'm the co-founder of Cordo Realty, a PropTech company that is changing the way Africans build wealth using real estate and leveraging on fractional ownership. From what the panelists have said, it is okay to conclude that it is a duty of entrepreneurs in collaboration with investors to inspire a new adventure in Africa that can make us bankable, scalable, and replicable. The United Nations said if we can achieve the African Development Bank I-5s, which is to feed Africa, integrate Africa, industrialize Africa, light up Africa, and increase the quality of African, we will have achieved 90% of SDG goals and 90% closer to the realization of the Africa we want to see, by 2023. However, it is a dream of every African startup to get into accelerators like Y Combinators and the likes of Techstars, because there have been enough promotions, there have not been enough promotions of African incubators. My question is, how can we change the narrative to ensure that we give enough support to African incubators, accelerators, and VC firms that will ensure that startup owners don't look too far for support and focus on solutions for Africans and by Africans? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's take 1 or 2 more questions. D'autres questions?
Hello. Hi, my apologies here. I'll keep it short. This is not a question. My name is JD Diabira. I work for a tiny little outfit out of Canada. And I wanted to simply remind some of our people here that Africa does in fact work. And it works in part because of the work you guys do. We have specific examples in Togo in particular where it had worked, in part because the African Development Bank has done the basic infrastructure work. And this is at the Agropole de Kara in northern Togo. Fantastic job done by the institutional African investors. Because they've done such a good job, it made it easier for entities that, like us ourselves, but also other entities in Canada, in the US, small entities, to come in. And when we came in, we didn't have to look for any additional help because the work has already been done. So it was simply a case of us coming in, putting in our equity, and getting going. And these are cases where I think Africa's managed to show that in fact it works. And I think it will work long term as well, because if we are successful in connecting the Africa institutional investor base with these projects on the ground, the exit that the gentleman from BlackRock was talking about, the exit will come in. We are building projects that are scalable, bankable. I'm not entirely sure about replicable, but at least bankable and scalable. And that in turn will get us to the exit, because in some of these projects, we can see cases where we would be listing some of these companies on stock exchanges, providing that sort of liquidity. And the differentiated return that institutional investors want. So the idea, the key question here is, the key comment here is that it does work, thanks to you guys, and please keep it up. Please keep it up, and it does work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great example of it works. We have one question at the front. Sorry, hold on. There's one at the front here. Il y a une question.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Judith Katera. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm presenting a question to any of the panelists. I just wanted to know, when it comes to capital raising for infrastructure, do issues of gender mainstreaming come into play? Are there any country experiences? How can we promote more women to get into infrastructure financing, as well as implementing infrastructure projects? Thank you.
Thank you. Very important question. And there was one at the back, and then we'll probably, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Sunil Daya. I'm coming from Ghana, and I'm representing AGRA. We are into agricultural development across Africa. The question I have, of course, is to the panel. Is agriculture your priority when it comes to investing in this infrastructure development that you are doing? I'm very excited to hear the development that each of your institution has been doing and the plans you have further. So the question that I have is the agriculture is a priority for you? Because we just came out from a COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine crisis. Food security, I think, is one of the very essential issues. And infrastructure in agriculture is a challenge and a gap still. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take this round, right? And then let's see. So we have 3 questions. There's one on how do we change the narrative and really support more local incubators, local entrepreneurs. There's a second one on gender mainstreaming in infrastructure, or how do we promote more women in the space. And there's a third on agriculture. Who wants to go ahead?
Donc, je commencerai par la dernière question qui a été...
I'll start with the last question, which was asked regarding agriculture. So, of course, agriculture constitutes a priority. And in fact, all the infrastructures contribute to the development of agriculture, because if we don't have road, we cannot take out if there's electricity, you cannot transport, you cannot store them. So all infrastructures contribute to supporting the agricultural sector. But indeed, there could also be other infrastructures that are specific to agricultural sector, such as the irrigation network and other equipment having to do with agriculture. So I see that there are extremely important opportunities to invest in food security. Today it represents security, represents priorities. We have just talked about Dakar 2, which was a very big time to talk about among Africa, between Africans, to talk about the need and necessity to ensure self-sufficiency, food self-sufficiency, and based on resources that the government has available to develop food security in general. So I see very well that agriculture will constitute one of the niches, one of the field in which a new fund should be invested, but also the partners who are always are all within the limit of their mandate, and they are available to, willing to invest in the sector of agricultural, hydro-agricultural sectors, and in all activities which are likely to improve food security of the African continent or contribute to make the best of the agricultural potentials of African countries. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to react on the question of gender in matters of infrastructures. Today, my colleague, panel member, has just talked about the importance of agriculture in the development of infrastructures. But if I take the example of Togo, for example, half of the women are in agriculture, whether it's at the level of the growing, actual farming, or trade. So when you develop roads, it'll help women to go and fetch the harvest things and come and sell. So it helps to improve their self-sufficiency, financial and food self-sufficiency. So when we also talk about everything that has to do with water, it is women that go to the market, it's women that fetch water, it's women that cook. So when we bring electricity, water, and closer to our villages, the first person that this benefits is the household, but it's the woman that manages to make the household eat, who see her work being facilitated. So this means that directly or indirectly, the gender issue is covered, is taken into account. Now, speaking of entrepreneurship, when they have production units, when I take in Togo the sector of shea butter or soya, women are the majority in those sectors. They are the majority in those sectors, in soya and shea butter taken. So I think the gender issue or gender question is taken into account. So for what regards local incubators,
it's a very cogent point. If you look at the tech sector in Nigeria, those that actually end up scaling at the point of exit, you find that even though the ideas come from entrepreneurs that are Nigerians, at the point of exit, you see that the ownership of those businesses, in large part, are actually owned by foreign investors, understandably, because they actually had the risk capital to go into these businesses to help them scale. But still, I think it's an issue that at NSI we felt had to be addressed, and so we decided to seek to go into technology in a big-ish way, firstly by supporting VC funds locally, but also secondly by considering seriously the proposition of investing directly into the tech companies. You may have seen we had a prize for innovation that we had a demo day for about 2 weeks ago. That was extremely successful. We invested equity in the top 3 ideas. And over time, the next 2 years, depending on the performance, NSI may actually venture into being a direct investor in the tech space to try and crowd in institutional capital into a space that we feel could be one for substantial growth within the country. So I think it's a very, very valid point, and one in which, similar to what institutionals are doing for infrastructure broadly, there should be a focus on that as well. Thanks.
No, thank you. Sorry, there's one more input.
Yes, maybe just to add a point also concerning promoting entrepreneurship and young entrepreneurs, I'd like to mention also that in terms of financial inclusion, there are some initiatives which are key in order to make our entrepreneurs upskill, get the training they need, get the training to get bankable projects, and build up a sustainable business plan, etc. I would like to mention one initiative that we have taken as a group, which is a dedicated branches network to provide free training for entrepreneurs and to make them, get bankable projects that after go to banking. And this gap is very important to have entrepreneurs, and sometimes they are not literate. They need really to get the support on the ground to make them able to get bankable projects. So this is very important, and we have seen many experiences of entrepreneurs that go into this dedicated network, which is called House of the Entrepreneur, Dar al-Muqawil in Arabic, and which provides these free trainings. The other thing, which is complementary, is the low-income banking area, which is also very important to bridge the gap in terms of informal sector and to provide banking services for those vulnerable populations that have some trade business, etc., but that are not in the informal sector. So the low-income bank gets them onboarded into the formal finance and upgrade their businesses, enhance their bankability, etc. So this is the kind of financial inclusion mechanisms that are very much needed and that work on the ground as well.
And Ron, last word from you.
Just one really quickly to come back to the important question of gender and infrastructure. Thank you for that question. Yes, at least I am seeing more of that discussion. It is something that we track and we look to see how we can support the capacity building towards more gender equity and infrastructure. I'm also seeing that more in the fundraising environment. That's it's starting to be more of a requirement and a question of fund managers to answer how they invest in businesses that have a product or service, or at least the leadership has a certain percentage of women and growing. The other thing I would say is that there are international organizations now, Women in Infrastructure, a lot of them have that name, Women in Infrastructure Network, et cetera, that there just needs to be more women from the continent in those organizations. So I would just encourage you to seek that out, and then also question on how more capital, more training can be aimed towards capacity building for women in infrastructure. But thank you for the question.
Perfect. Unfortunately, we are out of time, so just wanted to say first thank you to my panelists. I really hope that this is the beginning of a movement, right? We've seen what the Africa50 has done with the new fund. We heard about the $2.5 or the $3 trillion of investments that are sitting on the continent, and hopefully we're going to see more of those investments flowing in. But to many of the points of the panelists, we're going to see returns on those investments because it's important for our pensioners. So thank you very much.
Right, we're going to go straight into our next session, which is harnessing partnerships for solar power generation in Africa. And I'd like to invite for the keynote address, Dr. Ajay Mathur. He's the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ajay Mathur.
Merci beaucoup. C'est a pleasure d'être ici.
It is a pleasure to be here, and I thank Africa50 for their invitation.
And there is various efforts in various countries to build up solar power. We see the need for scaling up. We see the challenge to attract international investments into this area. Africa has the best solar potential in the world. Practical potential of about 4.5 kilowatt hours per kilowatt hour peak per day, making this a viable alternative to meet the continent's power needs. Yet we see that the amount of investment has been negligible. Last year, even though globally something of the order of $250 billion was invested in solar, only 2% of it came to all of Africa. Why? We looked at this in great detail and found that while the risk premium in Africa was relatively high, this is quite at variance with where the reality is. In reality, the default rates are less than 2%. What this means is we need a way to bring the perceived risk down and attract international capital. To promote the use of capital, we are very proud of our MOU with the African Development Bank and look forward to seeing this grow in the future. Later in this session, we would be talking of the Global Solar Facility that we are launching, which is looking at how we can reduce the risks that are perceived by institutional investors in investing in solar projects in Africa. So risk management, particularly payment guarantee risk management, together with the partial payment mechanism for insurance premia, together with some kind of a seed capital being put together to get private sector investors to invest is the way to go. At the same time, we want to work with many of the countries, many of whom are members of the International Solar Alliance, to see how we can create the policies that are conducive towards bringing in this investment into the country. But this is the supply side. It is important, of course, that we get resources in. But as important as it is to get the resources in is the demand side. How is it used? And this becomes important to, therefore, focus on the startups that are occurring in Africa so that they create the projects which are needed for solar investments to occur. It was with this aim that this year we have launched the SolarX Startup Challenge to identify up to 20 startups in Africa, which we move through to a bootstrapping camps for financing, for technology partnership, and for brand image building. We hope that these startups would start providing the kinds of projects that are needed to provide energy at the ground level. As has been said, it is as important to focus on solar farms as it is on decentralized applications. For example, whether it is solar mini grids or solar pumps or solar cold storages and so on. I hope that of these 20, some of them at least become the Amazons of tomorrow, providing solar services in a scalable and replicable manner. It is indeed a pleasure for us to look forward to the opportunity to use this session to also sign a MOU with Africa50. This is important because what it does is it enables technical assistance to be provided for building up solar projects. It enables co-financing of solar projects in the region. Africa50 and all of you here are huge resources of investment. While we are not a financing agency, the reach of ISA helps in bringing a lot of institutional investors as well as financiers from various bilateral agencies onto the table. And finally, none of this is possible without a huge amount of public support. And therefore, we look forward to work with Africa50 on how public awareness campaigns can be built up so that this becomes a movement of the future. I look forward to all of us bringing money, investments, and the opportunities for people to use this as an opportunity to make incomes into the future. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehta. I will attend to the housekeeping issues I have been asked to address after the next session, so I haven't forgotten. But I'd like to now call on Jemba Diallo. He is the Managing Director, Head of Project Development at Africa50, to handle the next session. So if I could ask you to come up and also to call up your respective panelists as you lead the discussion in this next session. Thank you very much.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Well, good morning all, Mr. Minister, Mr. DGs, dear partners. I'm going to call with me to this panel, the Honorable Minister Sani Yaya, Minister of Finance of Togo. I invite him to the podium. Honorable Ousmane Khan, Minister of Economic Affairs and Productive Sectors of Mauritania. Honorable Sidi Keita,
and Mrs. Anita George, CEO and co-founder of Edina, please. So, honorable ministers, I have a challenge that was put onto me when I was coming on stage. They said that you are very efficient and that you are going to be able to deliver this message on a timely basis. So I say that this may happen. So thank you. It's an honor for me to be the moderator of this panel on this very important subject, which is solar energy. As AJ put it, in Africa we have a very huge potential, but potential is not enough. The idea is to see how we can transform this potential into reality. And for that, we'll want to see what are the experiences that we have in our different countries, and policy-wise also what is being done. On the AFBD side is to see what are the initiatives and that IFDB is putting, and what are the view of AFDB to be able to scale the different solar projects that we have. And Anita, what is your view on the challenges to bring financing into Africa? So if I may, we'll start with Ms. Sani Yaya, Monsieur le Ministre. Micro, juste à côté. Donc, la République de Togo.
So the Republic of Togo has been doing a lot of things on the solar, particularly when we talk about the farms, but also the community use of solar. We'd like to have a return on the experience of Togo and what recommendation you could have also on the regulatory part and the fiscal part of use of solar. Well, I thank you. Before sharing a bit about our experience of Togo as regards the policy of energy mix, I'd like to first express my gratitude for the intervention made by the International Solar Alliance, which indicated that it's going to be signed, it would be signing an MOU in a short while with Africa50. And so all that it is to our benefits, because indeed it is a question of financing is one of the key questions that key problematics of clean energy. Now, in matters of policies in Togo, what we've been doing and is that we have a law which promotes sustainable energy, green energy. It is a law of 2016 which promotes the production and the promotion of green energy, that is sustainable energy, sustainable renewable energy. And we have, of course, implementation texts that are taken in this context. And we also have an agency, which is the Togolese Agency for ATRRs, which we call it, which is the Togolese Agency for Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy. So this agency does the promotion, but it's also in charge of piloting projects in matters of renewable energy. As regard the renewable energy, we're not going to talk just about the solar. We have the solar, we have the hydro, and we have, of course, the Nanguito Dam, which produces energy for the CEB, but also for the two states between Togo, shared between the Togo and Benin. It is a common initiative between the two countries. We also recently started the solar power plant, which is the solar power plant of Blita, which produces solar energy, green energy, and at the community level, as you said, and then we have the mini grids, which we have been putting in place at the community level, and we also have rural electrification with a certain number of initiatives which have been taken by the government, notably the CISO project, which means turn on the light, CISO, turn on the light. In local languages, CISO means turn on the light. And this project, which has been doing the promotion with subsidies of the Togolese state, and which does the promotion of the sale of solar kits to enable the remote populations in remote areas away from a classical electrical network to be able to have some autonomy, to have at least enough energy to lighten up the house at night, to turn on a TV set or radio to follow the news, and maybe also charge up their smartphone. So this is something very important. And then we have, of course, other initiatives which concern the agricultural sector with irrigation kits, solar irrigation kits, which we have implemented, but we also have electric primary transformation motors, and we also have experimented with but I think we can go further to also think about the ovens. But we continue to work on it because the objective is to achieve energy mix by 2030. We are continuing to work on it, and we believe that it's very important to have projects, the structuring project at a large scale, but also to have community-based project at a small scale to meet the primary and quick needs of the population at the grassroots level. And this is what I can say about our experience so far in Togo. Now, as regard, maybe I'm going to stop here because that was the question, but maybe later I'll be talking about what regards our challenges. Now, of course, it would be interesting to see from your viewpoint with the experience that you had, what are the 2 or 3 key elements to enable the private sector to take over. Because I've understood the show that the Togolese government has been making a lot of effort in terms of subsidies to put in place this project. Now, very well, the question of financing is a key problem at the heart, which will help indeed liberate the how should say, all the initiatives so as to enable the wider dissemination of solar energy. Financing cannot be borne just by the state, so it's very important that the private sector contributes to it, and this is what is done, for example, at the level of the CISO project initiatives. We work with the private sector, and it is also a bit the case with the mini electric grids or solar grids. We have 2, one in Sokoto in the central region and one in Kara in the Kara region, and we've chosen to work with the private sector on those 2. The financing, private financing is limited, so if we really want to have a dissemination of solar energy, in any case of sustainable energy, we need to associate the private sector, and of course we have the institutionals such as Africa50, and of course the Solar Alliance, International Solar Alliance, which could also help the private sector to precisely strike partnerships with the public sector in the context of these PPPs. And this is what I can say as regard financing. But for that, it would be necessary, and the President of the Republic said it this morning, it would be necessary to work at the level of the public authorities so as to draw even more the private sector so as to implement the reforms. at the regulatory level, at the legal level, to reassure the private investors so that they feel in trust, and also work on de-risking, and that by and this jointly with the financial partners, the insurance product that will contribute to reduce the risk for investors, and that could also further encourage the investors to come and invest in this field. I know that everyone, since the Minister of Economy and Finance, everyone has behind in the back of their mind the question of the exemptions. Well, I don't think that it is the solution. I do not believe that it's a miracle cure. It could be used as an instrument, but in final analysis, the exemptions go to the benefit of the final users. In fact, this is how exemption should be designed. It should be designed in such a way to benefit, to not only drop the costs, reduce the cost of the kilowatt hour, and therefore to make access more affordable to the populations. So what's necessary, yes, drop the cost of the kilowatt hour, and to precisely encourage the populations to consume the product. In those cases, we can use those fiscal exemption instruments. Thank you. This is what I want to say. So, thank you very much, Mr. Minister Ousmane Kane from Mauritania. We have talked about solar farms and also off-grid solutions. So Mauritania is a very large country, so with an extremely wide spread of population. So it is a challenge in Mauritania, so how to do solar, but also how, as a Minister of Economic Affairs, how to draw investors and be on the side of the Mauritanian state to scale up. How do you see this in Mauritania?
Thank you, Mr. Diallo. I'm taking the floor for the first time. Let me express my gratitude to the Togolese authorities for their warm welcome. And myself and my delegation, deep from my heart, I would like to thank Africa50 for the obvious progress. Congratulations for this initiative as well. I would want to urge you to move forward. Africa, we need this. Just to say that this is a step in the right direction. When it comes to solar in Mauritania, as you said, we're a big country. Well, it's a very wide country. 1 million square kilometers, 4 million people, not really dense, with solar potential, which is very important, and potentially renewable energy is important. We do have wind and solar energy. This is why Mauritania is perceived as a preferred destination for investment when it comes to green. There is a potential for solar and wind. We have the oceans and the port. Now back to your question. As we speak in Mauritania, our experience in solar energy is multifaceted. We do have what the private does, the mining industries. We have two major mining industries, Salacinim and Latagist, interested in solar energy, and they invest for their own interest, but also to green the activities. We believe this is very interesting and we want to encourage them. The state also invests. Well, not in solar fields, but then when it comes to connections, this is what we do. there's something very substantial done in agricultural sector in terms of irrigation that allows not only to green the agricultural sector, but in particular it replaces the very polluting activity that is the desert in agriculture, in rice farming, and it's also used in boreholes. Sometimes we have to dig deep, and so solar is used in that field. We do have projects with our friends from AFDB. I will give the floor to the Vice President to say it. We do have 2 solar plants. So that is the experience we have now, which is interesting, contributes with what we receive from the low invest. That makes it possible to have an energy mix that exceeds 34% as we speak for clean energy. What we do, we're now getting prepared to facilitate private investment. Well, we want to focus on solar, not only on solar, but also on wind energy. We took the decision, and this has already been materialized by the law, and that is to distinguish between production and distribution. And very recently, this has been enshrined in the law. Well, the electricity company has the monopoly of distribution, and we want to bring the private sector on board. And there are quite interesting conditions, and they produce it for their own needs. The farmers produce for their own interest. But we want investors to produce that can be injected into the network, and that law will therefore henceforth allow it. We have already a major European investor ready to produce 100 megawatts using wind because of this new special dispensation when it comes to wind energy. Many other issues will be added to this. We want to ensure that the private sector produces and sell to the company that will be responsible for distribution. We work extensively, you are well aware, on green hydrogen, that is combining solar and wind. But the obstacle electrolyzers, which is very expensive. We're not yet there. What we might want to do, we may start with the very first phase to simply produce solar and wind before thinking of a green hydrogen, when we will have insight into the technology. There is need, therefore, to mobilize, fund, and once this is available, we will be embarking on this, so that those who already have agreement from the Togolese, the Mauritanian government, they will very soon be producing these solar energy, and which in turn will be injected in the network. This will be done with the support of our partners, and that will connect Mauritania to the West African network, Mali, and many other countries. I thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. So Mauritania encourages the arrival of independent investors with infrastructures in green hydrogen. That is within the framework of the sub-regional integration.
Minister can touch base on IPPs and also open a window on regional integration in terms of energy. So Gambia being, I don't want to say the opposite of Mauritania in terms of challenges regarding the size of the country. And also the fact that you are very interconnected, your network is interconnected with other countries. What is the landscape in terms of solar production, and also looking forward to the future, the regulatory framework, the fiscal framework, to bring in private investor for Gambian need, but also for the surrounding countries?
Thank you very much, moderator, and I join my colleague in extending our fraternity and appreciation to our Togolese hosts for the warm welcome that they have given us and our delegation. And of course to Africa50 for organizing this forum and during the annual meeting. And Africa50 is becoming an institution which is a game changer. As we will witness tomorrow, we are partnering with them on so many fronts, such as asset recycling, which we will sign tomorrow for the Gambia. But coming to your question, the Gambia has an energy roadmap, which is geared towards universal access by 2025, and that has an energy mix. Within that energy mix, solar is expected to comprise about 30%. Currently, we have a 27 megawatt solar farm that is under construction at Jambur, which will go on live by December. This is funded with the World Bank, and once completed, we'll join the grid, and the grid is part of the West African Power Pool that is connected through the West African Power Network, where we also get some power from across the border in Senegal as well as Car Power. So solar is an integral part of our energy roadmap. With the coming on board of the 27 megawatts in Jambur, we are going further to create an IPP, independent power producer, for a solar farm that will be based in Soma, which is part of the OMVG solar energy network. That is expected to produce 150 megawatts. And of the 150 megawatts, we expect the 100 will be supplied to the West African Power Pool network for export to other countries, as the 50 will be sufficient for our consumption, local demand. Why we are doing this, we are introducing the private sector to come as an independent power producer on the 150 megawatt plant in Soma. The reason is we want to introduce and encourage the private sector to actively participate in the energy sector. To do this, we have devised a number of fiscal incentives to encourage the private sector to come in. Incentives such as tax exemption on duties related to the inputs to the solar, as well as the waiving of corporation tax for the investors. This, we expect whatever fiscal revenue you lose out will translate into enhanced quality of life through affordable energy that the solar farms will produce. The importance of electricity has been transformative in Gambia. We have seen solar, the wider distribution of electricity in the rural areas transforming the lives of the people there. And some people who have been based in the urban areas are now migrating and returning back to the rural areas and setting up industries and shops there. So we are also looking at the use of solar in schools and hospitals. And to that extent, we are partnering with the European Investment Bank to introduce solar panels, solar power electricity in 1,000 schools and 100 hospitals. This is already ongoing and is at advanced implementation has started. This, we believe, will give a significant boost to the education sector, as internet learning, remote learning, and all of those facilities will now be available with the coming on board of a solarized electricity at the schools and the hospitals. The role of the solar is also, we are looking at community-based solar supply, which is geared towards independent power producers that are off-the-grid supplies. Already we have the village of Nyangamar in the CRR region, that has a private sector operator providing electricity to the community. All of these, we believe, will add together to add to the solar, to the electricity mix, and as such, enhance the lives and livelihood of the Gambians. So we, as government, also come up with the fiscal incentive to enhance and encourage private investors to participate in the solar space. That is how we are looking at the solar. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. So I will go to FDB. Kevin, you have a large complex. And here the ministers talked about regional integration in terms of energy. So interconnection of network, solar farms, off-grid solution touching communities and having impact, green hydrogen. So I want to have from you, AFDB right now, what are the initiatives that you have or you are foreseeing to be able to bring in more private partners who will be able to sustain the effort that are already done by the governments?
Thank you very much, Papa. I think where I would like to start before I come specifically to your question is what was alluded to by Ajay, and this is the amount of solar that we've exploited. I think, as he said, Africa has some of the greatest potential in solar. If my memory serves me right, it's about, we account for almost 40%, 60% of the better solar potential globally. And it could be up to 10 terawatts or 10,000 gigawatts of solar potential. So I think in responding to your question, I will start by, first of all, saying that the Africa Development Bank, since 2016, has transformed its energy potential to be 80%, 87% renewable. And of this, solar is playing a very important part. And as I said, sorry, I forgot to mention that of the 10 terawatts, only 1% has been exploited on the continent, only 1%. So there's huge potential. And what we've done is, as a bank, we have invested in a number of transformative solar power projects. I would want to cite the example of the 510 megawatt Nur Wazizate concentrated solar power plant in Morocco, which is the largest concentrated power plant anywhere in the world. We've also invested in Benban, which was mentioned in the morning in the context of the work that Africa50 has been doing. We did there about 150 megawatts. And since then, we've been invested in 200 megawatts of solar in Egypt. And last year, we also did 100 megawatts of solar in Tunisia. And here, I want to say that in terms of addressing market needs, we require to provide significant concessional funding for that particular project in order to be able to make it bankable. But I think the one project that truly demonstrates our ambition as far as solar power is concerned is what we call the Desert to Power project. The Desert to Power project targets to generate up to 10,000 megawatts of solar on the continent or within the 11 countries of the Sahel region, and to supply about 250 million people in that region. We started with what we call the G5 Sahel, for which my friend Minister Osman is very aware of. And here we started with 5 countries, what we call the G5 Sahel. We have Mauritania, Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, and Mali. And here what we've done is that we've been able to mobilize $1 billion for purposes of providing power in this region. And the question is, what have we achieved to date? We've been able to mobilize the $1 billion, of which $150 million was from the Green Climate Fund, and the bank approved also 380 million dollars, I beg your pardon. And so in total, we expect that project will generate about 500 megawatts of solar new additional capacity. And what we are actually doing right now is to work with the G5 Sahel countries, specifically to try and find ways of creating an enabling environment for private sector participation in this area. And one of the things that we are going to be doing, and this we actually agreed in Nouakchott in December, was to come with standardized terms for every desert to power project, such that we are very clear on what the grid connection sort of code is going to be, what the currency is going to be, etc., so that every time we are developing a project, it does not have to take a long period of time. Once you've agreed on the key commercial terms, what it means is that when an investor comes, he is able to identify, or rather the key risks have been sort of removed from the table through this arrangement that we're trying to achieve. And so it will expedite the development, and I know perhaps this is an area of interest to you, it will expedite the development of these projects because you don't have to have very protracted periods of time. So I think Desert to Power is genuinely on the way to implementation. We already have the Jeremiah 32 megawatt solar PV project in Chad, which will probably be the largest IPP in Chad. We have a 52 megawatt, what we call Yellen solar project in Burkina Faso. That is already under construction, and a few others. And the minister also mentioned it's not just generation. We are also building transmission lines because this is the only way we can be able to enable evacuation of greater amounts of power. Because but inherently our power systems are fairly small, and therefore if you are to apply reliability criteria, then the utilities, the capacity that you would be able to develop would be small, and therefore you lose the economies of scale. So what we are trying to do is to build interconnections that will enable larger, more transformative projects that can be able to be developed, and therefore reduce the cost of supply. So that's one other thing that we are doing. In addition, but it's not all what you call grid-based power plants that we are looking at. We also know that according to the International Energy Agency, up to 50% of new connections by 2030 will be through what Ajay talked about, distributed renewable energy solutions. So in that case, that's another area of important focus. And I'm happy to say that in Mauritania, we have the Reed Mill project that he referred to. We are looking at doing a number of, I think it's about almost 200 locations or small cities. I know in Togo, we've started a project that is going to do about 317 mini-grids here in Togo. So those are things that we are looking at. But again, when it comes to mini-grids, what you need to understand is that to date, the challenge that we have is in how to make mini-grids commercially viable. Because of course, apart from the variability, we worry about variability, they are fairly small, and therefore, they lack economies of scale. And one of the things that we are working with AJ under what we call the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which is fronted by Rockefeller, is to how we can be able to make distributed renewable energy solutions commercially viable and affordable. And so one of the things that we are looking at is possibility for evaluating aggregation models so that we can be able to do maybe a number of mini-grids, and therefore, at the end of the day, the cost per unit becomes lower. And then, of course, Apart from that, we are looking for the cost of financing. At the bank, we have two great facilities. First of all, we have the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, which is what I alluded to when I said that we needed to provide blending finance to be able to make the Tunisian project bankable. So that is a facility that we are using to greatest effect to be able to reduce the cost of generation or financing this project and being able to de-risk projects and be able to crowd in the private sector. So that's one, but that's for the larger sort of grid scale type of projects. We also have what we call the Facility for Energy Inclusion, which now addresses the smaller project, mini grids and that kind of thing. Again, what we are trying to do is to provide funding that can be able to make these projects more sort of affordable. And just to give you the kind of scale you're looking at, when CEFA is fully deployed, we expect that it is going to provide connections of up to 45 million people. And FAY will probably do another 12.5 million people through the smaller mini grids. So I think that's one, those are the areas of intervention that we are looking at. But another area that is key and is going to be very important for solar is addressing the issue of intermittence. And therefore, battery storage has become very important. And so here we've done a huge project in South Africa. It's the largest battery energy storage system on the continent. And we are looking at how, again, to be able to make battery storage more affordable, what we can be able to do. Let me stop there for the time, because I think you want to stop me, Pap.
Thank you. Thank you. We can spend some 8 hours on this, on the solar sector, because there is a lot to do. And how you say it impacts the country at the high level with the solar farms. It impacts communities. And so that's why it's really important. Talking about communities, the VP, Kevin, Anita, talk about replicability and scalability. Now for the communities, the bankability. How can we make sure that at the community level, we have projects where private money can come in because it's bankable? So this is the question I have. What is your take on that? What is your view on the actors, Anita, on the solar mini-grid market, and how can we make that bankable, those projects, and viable commercially?
Thank you. Like everyone else, I would be amiss not saying thank you to the government of Togo and to Africa50, my good friend Alain, for inviting us here. It's actually very inspirational to see the sessions that have happened, bringing in so much of regional money, mobilizing regional money. And I think one of the big signals that you can give to global capital is that the people who know the region the best are putting their money behind these projects. So a big congratulations to all of you for making that happen. I think that's, you may not realize, but looking at it from outside, it's a huge step. Coming specifically to your question, and as Dr. Ajay Mathur mentioned in what I can use the example of what ISA is trying to do, which I think is another interesting development that I'm seeing in this space of renewable energy and solar in particular, is the mobilization of both South-South capital as well as know-how and knowledge sharing, which I think becomes more and more important, because really seeing projects implemented on the ground is believing, and having those examples go a very long way in terms of what works, what doesn't work, and how it can be improved. So from that perspective, what's being proposed in the ISA Global Solar Facility is precisely to address the needs that you're talking about, Papa Demba, in terms of smaller projects, off-grid projects, where the risks, both perceived and real, are, I would say, greater and less understood than the big, large-scale utility projects. One thing of great pride that I have and is bringing in institutional capital into solar in a big way. And now the large-scale solar farms, you're seeing more and more of them becoming attractive for global institutional investors, pension funds and sovereign funds like ADIA and GIC and Temasek and others, as well as the Canadian pension funds. But when it comes to smaller projects and distributed generation, mini grids, etc., there's very, very little. And forget global capital, there's also very little domestic and regional capital coming in. To address those risks specifically, some of the things, one is the whole issue of payment. You generate the electricity, but who buys it and who pays for it? So addressing that part of the equation, I think, is fundamental and key. Because the project has to be viable from a financial point of view. The second are regulatory risks, which still are to be addressed and is a challenge all over the world, which is the question that if you have distributed generation, what happens when the grid gets there, which eventually it does. And these are challenges that you see even in the US, where big utilities are pushing back against community-based projects and not allowing for net metering, etc., because they see it as a big risk to their own viability as large-scale utilities. So these regulatory aspects have, and there are very good examples of such regulations. So again, I think the sharing of how these regulatory frameworks have been addressed to allow grid-connected, large-scale, small mini-grids and distributed generation, off-grid generation to coexist is very important. A second aspect that we found from talking to a lot of developers on the ground was that there is a lack of insurance, both in terms of a product as well as in terms of the cost of insurance. So the ISA facility actually aims to address that by providing a long-term interest-free loan for the purchase of insurance such that the project becomes, again, more attractive to private investment and private capital. Third, very important risk, which is yet to be answered, and there have been many solutions. Here, as was mentioned earlier, all the revenues are in local currency. So if you're trying to attract global investors who are investing in hard currency, then the currency risk becomes something which these smaller projects especially may find hard to bear. So there are two aspects that we're looking at in the ISA Global Solar Facility. One is just to keep aside some of the blended finance to help give some kind of a backstop to currency volatility. And the second is the use of carbon credits, which when sold will earn hard currency as a hedge to these smaller projects. But as was mentioned by Kevin, the whole challenge is how do you aggregate and get the scale so that you can do interesting financial innovations like using carbon credits to mitigate the currency risk. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Anita. Merci beaucoup. Cette session nous a permis de voir.
This session has enabled us, when we talk about solar, has enabled us to see that we have the solar plants, the solar. We also have the solar in the communities, and the areas in which we have to act is the area of regulation, to have regulation that would make it possible to have mini grids and off-grid solutions. We could also be connected to the grid, or in any case exist. The cost of the capital, the cost of financing of ADB talked about it. Kevin from ADB talked about it, and the fiscal incentives, generally speaking, or the incentives at the level of the economic policies are important. The Minister Saniaya talked about it. Minister Manikan, also the Honorable Sidi Keita, and the three respective countries that talked about it. The last point is how do we de-risk through the guarantee, through the insurance, and so that also through the scalability. And I think it was Tijan Tiam was talking about the Internet of Energy. If I can summarize that, is how we can interconnect the grids and in fact see the different production points be points that could inject in the network. So it makes it possible to scale up. It means that institutions such as AFDB, regional institution, can be pulled together to build this regional point, which would make it possible to do the dispatching, if I can talk like that, if I can put it that way. Thank you very much, honorable ministers, for your very enlightening point on which that we have to act. VP, Kevin, Anita. So we're going to, if you allow, close the session here, and we would have liked to have a question of Q&As, except if I have 5 more minutes to. So if you have questions in the audience, if there's any question in the audience, no, 5 minutes. Yeah, go ahead, please go ahead. Maybe we can. Good afternoon. Thank you, madam. Thank you. So I have a question quickly. I'm Jonas Daou from the Association of Big Companies in Togo. In fact, I wanted to intervene and ask a question on a point that was not covered sufficiently, but which you raised at the end, which is about the regulatory framework and the regulation of the sector. You went straight to the fiscal issues, but is the real problem of the development of the solar sector, and just as many other domains, is it not the need for our countries to have a regulatory efficient regulatory framework and nimble enough, supple enough framework? Because what we see here is practically systems that are in place and that pushes the state to subsidize without knowing whether the subsidy would exactly go to the beneficiaries. So I'd like to know how, in this process of ADB or Africa50, how do you intend to bring more support and more support to build these better, more efficient framework. The second point is about something that the vice chair of the ADB raised, is economic viability of what is being done currently, as well as the intermittent nature of the solar, because the topic was mostly about solar. Should we not ask the question whether the solution is not rather to have a hybrid approach rather than the batteries that we know cost a lot and which in the long term are also a pollution element that we have to deal with in the near future. So these are my 2 questions. Any other questions? Yes, another question. One last question. Boris Adoko.
So, since end of 2021 through 2022, a number of utility-scale solar PV projects reached FC, but struggled afterwards in the construction phase because of financing gaps, raising costs, interest, a bunch of things.
I guess my question is, I mean, some projects have been financed by institutions here. So I guess my question is, what solutions have been thought of and at the expense of who? The public sector, the private developers, or the financial institutions?
Thank you. Very two answers. Kevin, a straight one. The solution regarding storage, hybrid, and not perhaps only storage. And Anita, I will come to you for the regulatory aspect. What type of help we can have there?
I think, if I may, let me also take the question that was asked last, because it's a real thing. And what we saw is that due to geopolitical reasons in the recent past, the cost of projects, especially EPC, has actually gone up. And that's where we came up with products under the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, and we were able to support countries through reimbursable grants, such that you can have a grant that you'll be able to reimburse it at financial close. So I think we bailed out 2 projects in that regard. And he asked a very interesting question: at whose expense? This was considered funds, but also we expected the developer to take a slight haircut. So in other words, even the developer did take a slight haircut by reducing his level of equity return. So it was something that we need to get over the hoop. So provide consider funding, but also provide the shareholders agree to take a small haircut. So regarding the issue of, is it regulatory?
Storage.
Storage. Yeah. This is a difficult one, because on the one hand, you can do hybridization, and it makes a lot of sense. But the hybridization is actually also quite expensive, because what it means is that you have to do solar, but also do maybe a fossil source of energy, unless you can be able to do hydro and solar or wind and solar. So in a country such as maybe Mauritania, what you find is that there's an inverse correlation between precipitation and wind speed. So you can actually be able to play around with a wind regime and solar regime and be able to have fairly good plant factors, such that you can be able to say you can probably do up to maybe 70% renewable, but it cannot be 100%. It's inevitable that if you want to be able to do 100%, you will require another source of energy. And this particular case, I see a situation whereby, in this case, if it's diesel, so be it. We finance projects which had been hybridized from fossil fuel and renewable. And I think it's a reality. I think, as my president and Dr. Adesina says, we cannot afford to be dogmatic about some of these things. We need to be realistic.
Definitely.
So if it is fossil fuel, so be it. But by and large, what you need to do is to demonstrate that you are trying to transit from use of fossil fuels into renewable energies. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. So, Anita, I'm coming back to you for the answer regarding the assistant for regulatory framework that is adaptable and agile enough, and also for some closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. So I think if you look at regulations around the world on solar, it's varied from beginning with feed-in tariffs to competitive auctions to reverse auctions. And there are many, many examples around the world. And in fact, one of the roles that ISA plays is to really bring to and make available all the regulations that exist today worldwide in solar that has worked, what the impact has been, what the pros and what the cons are. So I think there is enough available evidence with the right regulatory framework. But something that you mentioned of political will to actually stick with regulations, because the worst thing you can do to an investor is to flip-flop on regulations. So that is what I would say is critical. The second aspect is really to try and find, to test regulatory frameworks also through contractual arrangements, even if it's not perfect. And this comes back to the perfect becoming the enemy of the good. I would say go with it, and you learn by doing, and then you tweak the regulations as needed. And this is particularly true for off-grid and mini-grid and distributed generation. The last point I would make is that because there is also a need for consistency in documentation, and I think the Honorable Minister from Gambia mentioned that you've done projects with the same documentation, and that has been a very big positive to attract investors, because then they know what it is and they don't have to keep guessing the fine print within documentation. So that's also very important.
Thank you, Anita. So this closes our session, and I will hand it over to...
Thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause. Anita, thank you very much. Those closing remarks are going to lead us straight into the signing of the MOU between the ISA and Africa50. So if I can, please ask our signatories to come up to the desk. We have, again, Donna Bennett, who will be overseeing the process. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the next discussion, which will be led by Dr. Victor Oladokan, who is the Special Advisor to President Adesina of the African Development Bank. And he will be leading that discussion on Africa's Tech Challenge, Connecting the Next Billion. At this moment, if I could please divert your attention to the signing between ISA and Africa50. Again, we have Donna Bennett, Principal Legal Counsel, Africa50 Group, overseeing the signing procedure between Africa50 and ISA. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to see execution in motion. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Donna, are you happy? Everything good? Excellent. So a couple of housekeeping elements before we call to the stage Dr. Victor Oladokan, who will be handling the next discussion, Africa's Tech Challenge, Connecting the Next Billion. Please remember that at 9:30 tonight, you have a gala dinner in the marquee behind the hotel. And the key there is please to get your card for registration to that dinner at the registration desk where you registered for the conference itself. There will also be shuttles which will go to and from the partner hotels, Santa Maria, Onomono, and Ioko. And then I also want to remind you that speaker profiles and participant matchmaking is available on the app. You need to download that email. It will be sent again today, and you'll be able to engage with speaker profiles and participants. Without further ado, I would like now to call on Dr. Victor Oladokan, who is a special advisor to the President of the African Development Bank. Victor, the stage is yours. You're coming up to podium, and you are going to handle this session hands down.
Good to see you, Bronwyn. Thank you very much. Could I kindly ask that we all be seated? For those of you who are in the aisle, if you could take your seats, that would be wonderful.
I made a mistake. The dinner is not at 9:30. It is at 7:30. Sorry, that should be an ad break where I'm correcting now. So if you wouldn't mind just telling people it's at 7:30. Thank you.
Okay, you got the correction there. Dinner is at 7:30 and not at 9. Bronwyn, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It really is a pleasure being with you today and moderating this session on Africa's Tech Challenge, connecting the next 1 billion, a really exciting topic that really is driving much of what we do on the continent today. I am sure that a number of you in this room, if you were either not in France, you were monitoring what was going on about a week ago. And if there was one message that African leaders echoed loud and clear at the recently concluded Paris summit, it was this, that this is a new day, it is a new dawn, and it is a new dynamic Africa. On the heels of the Paris summit, which created quite a bit of buzz for all the right reasons, it certainly is an honor to be here with you today. With us, we have 4 distinguished panelists. I see 3 of them right now. I trust that the other 2, or the other person is in the room. Each one of them live and breathe all things tech and digital, and they'll be sharing with us their thoughts and ideas on Africa's tech and digital revolution and what it takes to innovatively transform and move this sector to the next level. So I'm going to invite our panelists to come up to the platform and take their seats. I'm going to begin with Her Excellency, Sina Lawson, the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy. I'll just wait till I finish the introduction. The Honorable Minister of Digital Economy and Transformation for Togo. And for more than a decade, really, she's helped transform Togo's digital space from expanding mobile internet penetration, privatizing the country's telecom space, integrating ICT into education, the health sector, and also industry. She really has helped push the boundaries and the frontiers of what's possible. In short, she is a walking, talking billboard for Africa's digital tech transformation. That is, she talks the talk and she walks the walk. It's a pleasure having you, Sina Lawson. Kindly take your seat on the platform. Give her a warm Lome welcome. You can just I'll take the first seat and you take the next one. There we go. Also with us is Juliet Ihimwan. She is a technology executive and former director of Google West Africa, where she spent 12 years. Now, previously, she worked with Microsoft and also Shell, and she is a passionate tech evangelist, a business leader, and also a social entrepreneur. She recently stepped down from Google's loss, and now is the CEO of Beyond Limits Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, again, please welcome Juliet Ihimwan to the platform. Our next panelist is the Managing Director Francophone South Africa of Mobile Financial Services, Sharon Welang. that's MFS Africa, where she's the co-founder. And over the last 13 years, she has held several leadership positions. And prior to that, she was at MTN Mobile, where she was part of a team that helped develop the company's mobile money service. I'm sure if Dr. Adeshina is either listening, just wait, don't jump the gun. If Dr. Adeshina is listening, if he's in the room, I'm sure he'll be delighted to know that Sharon is a Purdue University alum, a Boilermaker. Please take your seat on the platform. Please give her a warm welcome. Lanre Colade is the Group CEO of C-Squared, a Pan-African operator of wholesale open access broadband infrastructure. And prior to that, he was with Vodacom Business in Nigeria. Currently, C-Squared operates fiber optic networks in 6 cities across Uganda, Ghana, and Liberia, with over 40 mobile and internet service providers that rely on the infrastructure that his company provides. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give a warm welcome? Oh, there he is. For a moment, I thought I'd lost him. A warm welcome to Lanre Colade. Now, I'm going to say this. You know, most of the time we tend to have panel discussions, unfortunately, in many parts of the world where women predominate when we're talking about gender-specific issues. This is not a gender-specific issue, and I'm delighted that we actually have women outnumbering the men on this platform. Please give our women a warm round of applause. To our panel, I say a very big welcome. Now, a few days ago, Bill Gates was actually in Nigeria, and one of the things that he said was that he's actually astonished by the dynamic changes taking place in Nigeria and other parts of the continent. Now, he's talking about the tech industry here. I don't think that should come as a surprise to many of us. My question to you is this Uhuru? Are we there yet? Are you satisfied with the pace of change, or is there much more that needs to be done? I'm going to take our panelists in the order that they're seated next to me. So I'll start with Sina first, Juliet, Sharon, and then I'll come to Larry. Just your take on where we are right now.
So, hello everyone. I have a few comments. The first is that we will only be happy the day we become #1. So we are not there yet, and our objective is to become #1 as a continent. So that's the first thing. But it's been a journey. I really like to talk about Togo's journey, to say that in 2011, internet connection in Togo was 5%, and today we are at 78%. So it's been, and you have to, we have to congratulate the telcos and also the regulation, I would assume. But what I want to say is that in a universe where the internet connection is 5%, the usage is very different from 78%. So, with regards to this evolution, we're very happy. We want more. But I would also say that it's mainly mobile penetration. And when we look at our challenges as a continent, we need to think about broadband and reliable broadband. So I think that, as you know, in Togo and throughout the continent, half of the population is less than 18 years old, and 75% of the population is less than 35. So everybody who is older than 35 in this room, you belong to the minority. So what it means is that we need to focus on connectivity, we need to bring broadband, and employment is going to be a huge challenge of ours. And when we talk about employment, we think about corporations. I often say that no business will ever go on to a territory because there is a good 4G. They will go because there is reliable fixed infrastructure. So on the continent, even though mobile was successful, we need to think of the future and say that we need to deploy massively fiber. Fiber connectivity is going to be the end game for us. So that's one. But I want to move also away from just infrastructure, even though that's a huge subject, and to say that in terms of infrastructure, you have, of course, physical infrastructure, but you also need to think about applications that come on top of infrastructure. For example, identity, payment, education, health are the reasons why we actually deploy infrastructure. So we should ask ourselves, what is it? Why do we need connectivity? Why does it matter? And it does matter because all the applications that we're referring to, be it, for example, biometric ID, digital identity, when we talk about, we just came out of a pandemic, so social protection, social registries, when we talk about basic services such as education, health, we know all these really require connectivity. And when we talk about employment, we're talking about supporting the economy. We need also, digital transformation to support the economy. Togo's economy, we said it earlier, is really about financial services, trade, logistics. All these sectors need to be supported to be able to be part of our growth strategy.
Thank you very much, Sina. Thank you for those opening comments. We'll come next to Juliet for your take on where we are, the state of technology in Africa at the moment.
Thank you very much. I think it's exciting to see the progress that's been made so far, but as the Honorable Minister mentioned, I think we're not there yet. We'll be there when we connect the next 1 billion. And what I'd like to zoom in on is the impact that we're seeing based on the developments that have happened. With deregulation and opening up of markets that happened in most of our countries in the 90s, we've seen a boom in terms of investment in telecoms infrastructure and also mobile technology. And as a result of that, we've seen progress that I'd like to call in 3 areas. One is around entrepreneurship. The second is around digital creative content, and the third is around localized solutions. So in terms of entrepreneurship, we've seen a rise in tech entrepreneurship across the continent. And one of the great things that we have as a region is a huge population of young, very talented, and just vibrant citizens that, with given the right tools, they do amazing things. And I've seen that in action in the work that we've done over the last decade with, some digital skills training and some tools. People just do amazing things. And we've seen the birth of unicorns, across, within the tech space. And these are unicorns that are addressing, providing solutions to local problems. And from fintech to health tech to e-learning and so on. So that's one thing that is great to see. The second is around creative content. One of the things that we have as a treasure on this continent is just our cultural heritage. And we're seeing a lot of African creative content, from music to movies to other creative forms of content coming online and being monetized successfully through platforms like YouTube and other platforms as well. And this is a great way of exporting our own creative talent and treasures and attract income from outside in, because these contents are getting monetized globally. So that's a very positive development that we've seen. We have a whole generation of entrepreneurs that are solely focused on digitizing content and broadcasting that and generating revenue. And in many cases, six figures in revenue. And then the third is around localized solutions. So, when you look across sectors, if we take fintech, which is one of the areas where we've seen a lot of tech entrepreneurship growth, this is really about, solving financial inclusion, right, for the unbanked. And that's really deploying technology to be able to solve, such problems. Another example would be healthcare. We know that in many of our markets, the ratio of doctors to patients is not ideal. But technology can really help us close the gap, when we think about remote diagnostics, when we think about telemedicine, and so on. And also in learning, in a number of our institutions, there's the need for updating the curriculum so that people that graduate are, more work ready, right? And more fit for the workplace. A lot of online learning platforms can just really help to close this gap, and we're seeing, a number of them, Andela, Udacity, and so on, to just really help augment the learning that exists so that people can just really build that capacity, in an accelerated manner, not just technically, but also from a vocational perspective.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Sharon?
Thank you very much. And I'll agree with everybody on the panel that we've come a long way, but there's still a lot that needs to be done. And I want us to look at this from another spectrum. Bill Gates was in Lagos. He said he's seen a boom. I would love for Bill Gates to be in Lomé and say the same thing. So to me, there's a lot of gaps between where investors, where the spectrum, where everything that we're trying to do is happening. It's happening in Kenya, we are seeing it in Lagos, we are seeing it in South Africa, but there are other markets that I don't want to say are being ignored, but they're not getting the same spotlight that these markets are getting. And as my co-panelist said, these are also markets that have entrepreneurs that are forced to be entrepreneurs because, like we always say, every African is an entrepreneur. You have to figure out how to solve our problems, so everybody has that spirit. We're seeing a lot of young people coming up with innovations. We're seeing a lot of fintechs booming in other markets beyond the markets that are getting the spotlight, beyond the markets that are getting the investment, beyond the markets that we are talking about, that Bill Gates is talking about. So what I would like to see is how do we bridge the gap between a Lagos and a Lomé? How do we bridge a gap between a Douala and Nairobi? Because they are these people that are also trying to make differences in this market, but are just not getting the same access that other markets are getting. So this is how I would like to look at this problem. It's like it's a lot that is being done, but I almost feel like it's focused in certain markets, and other markets are kind of left, I don't want to say to fend for themselves, but obviously rely on governments and all of that, which is sometimes not enough.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Larry?
Yeah, thank you very much for this audience and this opportunity. And I'm going to kind of echo what Sharon has just said. I am Nigerian, and a lot of things are happening in Nigeria. But you see, people tend to want to, like what we're talking about, being bankable, and all that. It's important when you have a market that is 200 million people. The question is how many people will bring their money into Togo, okay? 8 million people. There's going to be disparity on this continent, or even actually in the world, okay? And my biggest fear, when we talk about broadband penetration and all that on this continent, is that Africa will be digitally colonized. That's my fear. And you see, the internet is not WhatsApp. The internet is not Instagram. The internet is the ability to learn on it. The internet is the ability for you to express yourself on it. The internet is the biggest library ever. The African governments and the ability to raise capital on what you guys are doing here today, you can't build enough schools on this continent. But by God, you can cable every house, okay? When you build a road, on that road, all you need to put in on that road is to put fiber on that road. The same capital that is building that road can actually put a pipe in it to lay fiber on it. The same capital that is building the pylons, that is building the electricity grids, you can put fiber on it. So every infrastructure that you build, the pipelines that you have, you can put fiber, which means you can connect every nook and cranny of this continent. You see, we have a project that we've done with Madam Sina in Togo here. We've landed the Google Equiano cable. It is live. You currently have 3 terabytes of capacity in Lomé as I speak to you, but that capacity cannot get to Kara yet. Why? Because the infrastructure is not there. Yeah? So it is not only in the cities. We need to democratize connectivity. We can only do that if we spend the monies where they're supposed to be. It's not Lagos, it's not Nairobi, it's not Johannesburg. It is the nukes and villages where our people live. Africa needs to wake up. In 2019, I attended an event in Washington at the World Bank where there was the moonshot event, okay? And it was a very celebrated event about investment in Africa. The question is how much of that investment, that's 2019, it's 4 years after, how much of that investment actually trickled down to the continent, okay? What are the structures to make that investment work? I think the challenge to all of us, because you see, all of us in this room have internet access in our homes. The challenge is how do we make the boy in the village to have the same privileges that we have? How do we democratize opportunities, okay? So that you can have somebody in the village aspiring and having the same level of intellect. Because the intellect is universal. The question is how do we tap and bootstrap that innate ability that the Africans have to be able to compete favorably with everybody that is in the cities, compete with people that are in China, compete with everybody else. The only way you can do that, ladies and gentlemen, is give them internet access. You will open up their minds and you'll be blown away. Bill Gates hasn't seen anything yet. Connect this continent and you'll see the wonders of Africa. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank each of you, our panelists, for those opening comments, but I want to jump in on what you just talked about, Lanre, here, digital colonialization, but also the fact that, particularly when we're talking about the African continental free trade area, what bothers me, and it's a big bother, is that the 54 countries in Africa continue to run their own silo systems when it comes to policies and platforms and systems for tech and for connectivity. But at the end of the day, money only goes where there's scale. Why is it that so many of us who want the same thing are acting in silos, operating in silos, when we know at the end of the day it's all about scale? If we don't have scale, how are we going to attract the investments? I'm going to let you take that, and then I'm going to come to other members of the panel.
I think, look, 1.2 billion people is enough scale, right? That's
yes, but we're operating in silos.
Yes, okay. So how do we break down those barriers? And breaking down those barriers, in my view, is connecting the continent. A lot of us flew here with ASKY. ASKY was only happened because some people had that idea to make it happen. A brilliant entrepreneur made it happen, okay? Everybody's connected to it. Why do I need to want to watch Congo music, okay? And the YouTube that I'm looking at, the website and the data center is based in the US. Why? Why can't I use Madame Sina's data center here in Lomé, okay, and connect it to Nigeria over the power lines going into Nigeria? The only reason why that is not happening right now is that we are not talking to ourselves. We are the same people, for goodness sake. So why will it be very easier for some people got here, they can't come here directly because their Sky connection wasn't going, they have to go to Paris before they fly to here. It shouldn't happen. Africa should be connected. The comparative advantages that we have as a continent should be enhanced. And the only way you can do that is, look, if somebody has the policies that can enhance privatization of a lot of infrastructures, okay, you can have data centers, different places, have edge data centers on this continent, connect the continent together. There is a power grid between Togo and Benin, okay, which means the data center in Benin can actually be used by the guys in Togo. The data center in Lomé can be used by Benin, vice versa. That can be connected to the data center in Nigeria, which localizes the data on this continent. Once data is localized, what does that do? It reduces the cost of access to that data. If that data is localized, you kind of mine your own data yourself. Because you see, when I'm talking about digital colonization, it's not only the fact that our data is not even resident in Africa. Even the mining of that data, we talk about machine learning, artificial intelligence. Everybody is in this room right now. You have your phones here. Google knows you're here, okay? And they're using that data to sell things to you. So it is important that Africa, as Africans, understand that the destiny of this continent is in our hands, okay? And you see, I'm very happy that the leadership of Africa is actually waking up to that reality. But you see, my view, I actually think that the private sector has to do more to move these narratives forward. And it is also in believing that this continent is bankable. And like it was said earlier in a lot of the panels that we heard, if you don't take care of your home, nobody else will take care of it for you. Spend your money where your mouth is. Okay, we make a lot of noise about wanting to do things. Once we have the infrastructure based on this continent, the data resides on this continent. Juliet was talking about content. You have a lot of brilliant ideas on this continent. Once that data is localized on the continent, and there's interconnectivity on the continent, look, the rest is going to be seamless and better. So, Victor, as far as I'm concerned, Africa can solve Africa's problems, but we need to break down those silos. We need to change. Look, we are smart enough to understand some of our laws, okay? Some of our telecom laws, some of our intellectual property laws. Actually,
let's try and keep our responses concise because we have a lot of grounds to cover.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
No, conclude your thought.
Yeah. So we need to change a lot of our framework in our laws, okay? And to understand that regulation in itself is not bad, okay? But we need to understand that supervision from the government angle is more important than policing, okay? Open up the space. You will learn as you go. At the same time, you will do what you need to do and supervise the environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I want us to stay on that point, and I'm going to come to Juliet right now. You talked about, again, still talking about digital colonialization here. I want to talk to Juliet about data sovereignty, data privacy. What is it that Africa should be doing right now that it's not in that regard?
Thank you. I think that
you worked with Google for many years, for 13 years, so I think you're in a very good position to tell us about that.
Yes, I think that that ties very much with what we're saying about the silo-based approach. And it's interesting that if I'm looking for information about entrepreneurs right now, I would have to go to non-African platforms like TechCrunch, right? And what we find is that, when you look at the different pillars that need to be thriving for you to have a thriving digital ecosystem in general, a lot of the operation, there are lots of great things happening, but a lot of them are very silo-based. And so, that harnessing that should happen to create more visibility and awareness around, initiatives, collating data, being able to extract the right level of insights from that data, understanding what's worked, where the low-hanging fruit is, to be able to, leverage all of that to achieve scale. I think as we think about development on the continent, those are things we need to be thinking about very actively. How do we make sure that, the data exists, right, in different siloed databases in the siloed manner? How can we start to create platforms where there's a lot more sharing, there's a lot more visibility around this, and a pulling together of all that data so that we can have we can have sovereignty, right, and be able to leverage the power that exists in, from being able to extract the insights from that data. And I think forums like this, the Africa50, is a good one in terms of breaking down those silos and facilitating the knowledge exchange and sharing the best-in-class examples from across the continent, to the point that was made earlier around the fact that, the development and opportunity might not be consistent or even across the continent. So, sharing, best-in-class examples from across the continent and across the globe as well, and facilitating creation of projects that do, achieve that harnessing and, breaking down of silos so that we can accelerate growth together, because a rising tide lifts all boats.
Thank you, Juliet. Sharon, I'm going to come to you next. The first half of 2022 was a record-breaking year for tech venture funds on the continent. We had about $3 billion come into Africa just in the first 6 months of 2022 alone. Now, if we look at what happened in 2021, for the whole year, it was $4 billion. It looks like we're on track to probably exceed that this year. But the paradox is this, and I call it the paradox of success, is that when you talk to a lot of tech companies on the continent today. They tell you that it's even much more difficult than ever before to raise funds. What's going on? What are we missing here?
How do I answer that? Well, MFS, we've been on the fundraising side of things. You guys have been following us. We've been quite successful in that. And I think that I will just talk about how we got to where we've gotten to. And maybe other fintechs or companies that are trying to raise funds might follow suit or might try to see if the recipe will work for them. So I can just speak what has worked for us. From day one, I think our message has been clear. And I'm very happy when I hear Lanre speak, and I'm happy when I hear Juliet and everybody speaking and saying the fundamental problem has been we are not looking at the Pan-African opportunity. We are looking at the opportunity in country X, country Y. We are not looking at Africa as a market, the Pan-African opportunity. And I think what MFS has done very well in the past 13 years has been, we've been a network of networks. We have, our motto is we need to make borders matter less. Our CEO likes to say payments need to be like you're making a phone call. How many years ago to make a phone call you needed to dial, it was very complicated, now it's easy. We need to get to the space where payments is just as simple as making a phone call, and that's what we've been focused on. As we speak, one of the biggest barriers, obviously, has been the cross-border aspect of what we do. The challenges to go, I mean, when you're looking at the Pan-African opportunity and you're one of the few companies or looking at the Pan-African opportunity, you do have the challenges where to go beyond a country, now it becomes challenging. We're sitting here, for example, in Lomé. When we're driving here, there's a wrong point or a roundabout just before the hotel where it tells you you're going to Benin or you're going to Ghana. If you're going to Ghana, it's difficult for traders to make payments cross-border. So then we end up having the heavy cash, well, for those that have mobile payments and you don't have bank account, for the unbanked or the financial inclusion fight that we have been on. So it's to say we've been focused on that. I think as time is going on, as investors are seeing the opportunity in Africa, not just the opportunity in Togo, they are beginning to appreciate what we've been doing, which is breaking down those barriers and connecting networks in different countries, whether they are mobile payment operators, whether they are cards that we just got into recently, whether they are collections, disbursements, merchant payments, all of that.
And your MFS's Series C top-up recently raised about $100 million. What are the opportunities that you're seeing?
I mean, I sound like a broken record, but cross-border payments, really. Cross-border payments. And the other opportunity that we're seeing is how do we mirror, coming out of COVID-19, a lot of what we've seen is the uptake in e-commerce. You have a lot of these startups, obviously, that want to pay for their Google service, their hosting services. You want to pay for AWS. You want to shop online. You want to go on the streaming websites. And as much as we are advanced in mobile payments, online cards is still the king. Online, people would rather trust schemes like Visas and MasterCards to accept payments. So we are seeing a huge uptake in that. Part of the recent acquisition that we did with GTP was to see how do we narrow the gap. Because yes, we've been talking about mobile payments, but you're looking at Africa beyond. If you're trying to give access to, or when we really talk about financial inclusion, it's not just financial inclusion that, oh yeah, I'm sitting here, I should be able to pay for something across. In Benin, it's financial institution to say, I have a fintech, Google is hosting my services, I want to pay for my services, I have a mobile account, okay, but they're accepting cards. So I also have a prepaid or a virtual card that kind of mirrors my account, and I'm able to do that. So it's really providing access end-to-end, whether it's mobile, whether it's cards, mobile payments, and just making sure that we are all connected and really looking like the market, like I keep saying, Pan-African cross-border payments is where we focus, not only merchant payments, P2P payments, remittances. We know that payments follow trade. So where you find trade, you're going to see payments. Where you find migrant movements, you're going to see payments. And we all know what the challenges are. I like to say, I live in Cameroon, and the Cameroon-Nigeria corridor is the biggest remittance corridor in Africa. But it is still, the remittance or the payment space is still heavily cash. We deal with a lot of traders that will carry cash across the border. You all know how the black market works, banks, MTOs. Meanwhile, the financial space in Cameroon is owned by the telcos. It's owned by MTN, it's owned by Orange. A lot of people who do have accounts there, but from those accounts, they cannot make these cross-border payments. So that's really where we see opportunity, or the next wave, at least for fintechs in our space for digital payments.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I'm going to come to Minister Lawson here. We're talking about opportunities, and the whole ethos, the whole idea behind a digital revolution, transformation, is the ability to create change, tangible changes in the lives of people, businesses, economies, and to create unprecedented opportunities. You're doing something here in Togo, which I'm not sure how much of that is known, but you're trying to connect about 600,000 homes to high-speed connectivity. What's the progress on that project, and where do you expect Togo to be 5 to 10 years from now?
So it's our vision. Our vision is that...
It's a bold vision.
It's a
That's a
bold
good
vision.
one.
It's a bold vision, but we have a small territory, so we can afford to have that much of a bold vision with regards to, connecting households. So I would say that we want every house connected to the grid to be also connected to very high-speed internet. We think that it's going to change Togo forever, and we also believe that we have no idea. I have a lot of imagination, but I often say that I don't have enough imagination to imagine what a Togo connected to broadband in majority would look like, because I think it would change the country forever. So we do it in phases. Phase one was to have access to international capacity, which is now done thanks to Google and also C-Squared, with whom we have a joint venture, C-Squared Wazon. And I want to go back a little bit to what Lanre said with regards to, making the business case work, because when we started conversations with Google, Google's concern was that Togo was a small country, small economy, and telecom is a regulated space, so it's not like, you would say, oh, I want to enter West Africa, and it's not about a region, it's really that you enter a country. So it was up to Togo to make the business case work. And thank God we were in talks, in conversations with C-Squared, and we came up with saying, okay, we need to be able from Togo to serve neighboring countries. And so we decided that it would be great to actually operate the fiber on the CEB network, which links Togo to Benin, and also the eGov network was linking Togo to Ghana, and the CEB network, and the network is currently being deployed that is linking Togo to Burkina Faso. So all of a sudden, the conversation was around creating the opportunity to have access to all the neighboring countries. So I think that it's true that when you talk about telecom, it's a regulated space, but you can also make it work when you work with authorities who really understand the importance of having, gaining access to other markets. So that's number one. So in Togo, the first step was international connectivity. The second step is really FTTH using power lines, because it costs a lot of money to dig. So let's not, spend this money digging. But we also need to think of two things. The first is deploying the network, and we want to do it with the private sector. We want our money to come to de-risk the project, but it's also a matter of affordability. Right now, internet, FTTH broadband in Togo is around $22 per month. And in order for the majority of the Togolese to have access to broadband, we need to lower it to, I would say, $5 to $7 per month. So then the question becomes, how do we do it? Because the private sector cannot come at $5, $6 per month alone. We need to do something. So our strategy is really to to provide funds, to have a conversation with the private sector. I don't know if it's going to, I don't think actually it's going to be to subsidize consumption because it's not sustainable, but there should be a way to actually support investment so as to de-risk the whole project. So that's what that's the conversations we've been having with international corporations, with our partners such as the World Bank and others, which is how do we use these funds to attract further investment from the private sector. And I think that that's the way to go. So it's a journey. I hope we get there between now and the end of this year in terms of understanding who is going to be our partners and how we're going to structure this whole project.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm going to come to Lanre. You mentioned earlier the lead countries when it comes to the tech industry. To the north, we have Cairo, Egypt, as far as cities are concerned. In West Africa, it's Lagos, Nigeria. In Southern Africa, it's Johannesburg. And in East Africa, it's Nairobi, Kenya. But again, we've got to grow the pie. We've got to grow the system. There's a whole lot that needs to be done if we're going to connect to the next 1 billion Africans to high-speed connectivity and the services that provides. My question to you is this. The minister just talked about some of the issues that we're trying to deal with here, but what do you see as some of the significant bottlenecks that we do have and some of the regulatory frameworks that we need to put in place in order to accelerate the sector?
Okay, I think the biggest one is why this meeting is happening, is money. You need very patient capital.
Yeah, but before we get to the money, the investors are looking at what's happening on the ground.
Okay, the investors are, so the part of the bottleneck is the policies in each of the countries, okay? The regulators themselves. They need to make the environment more liberal for cross-border transactions like Sharon just said. Okay?
Are conversations being had with the AFCTA to ensure uniformity?
Yeah, they have been held.
To an extent.
But I think it's slow, and I think it needs to be more accelerated, in my view. Okay, I think it's still slow, and where you have part of the challenge is that you see people are still dealing with a lot of these things with legacy ways of doing things without understanding that they need to leapfrog and move really fast. Okay, so you just talked about the 4 regions now. Okay, the East African region. They have a different way of doing things. Okay, there's still a bit of rivalry between Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. Okay, you need to fix that. In West Africa, Nigeria is being seen as a big guy, but we are still comatose in a way until we wake up before we can actually take that lead. In South Africa, there's still that issue, but overall, I think it is important that at least the good thing is the Africa Free Trade Zone Treaty has been signed, right? And a lot of people are ratifying it and getting it done. So I think that the impetus to take it further is there, and I believe it will take time, but it's going to happen. It's just that we need to move faster, and people need to understand that when you are in your own locality, okay, you can only extract value by connecting to the other person. Like Madam Minister just mentioned, Togo is being connected to Burkina, is already connected to Ghana, is already connected to Benin. Okay, invariably Benin is connected to Nigeria. Okay, we as C-Squared are working on a West Africa backbone. Okay, and we are in very direct connections talking to the West Africa power pool. Okay, there is already a power pool agreement across 14 countries. Power lines are already connected. And these power lines have fiber on them. But guess what? I can't connect from Nigeria to the Gambia. I need to speak to each country one by one, like a puzzle. Sign a deal with Benin, sign with Nigeria, sign with Cote d'Ivoire, before I can map everything together. But the West Africa power pool infrastructure is there. Okay? So I need to speak to each of those countries one by one, which means time. But luckily, we met the Secretary General of the West Africa Power Pool earlier this year in Cotonou. okay, and we're working on that project, and hopefully that will be dealt with to connect the whole of West Africa. But you need each of the countries to ratify that agreement, for example, and also maybe change some laws for that to even happen in its own instance. That's it.
While moving at speed at the same time, because that's the nature of the digital
Of what
space.
is needed,
You
yes.
can't move at snail speed.
You can't. No.
I'm going to come to Juliet. What is it that institutions like Africa50 can do to help propel the growth that we need, the scale that we need in the tech space?
Yes, I think organizations like Africa50 have a very important convening role to play. We've talked about the silo-based approach. We've talked about the need to accelerate the speed to market, speed of development. We've talked about harnessing data and insights so that we're actually sharing best-in-class knowledge and learnings from different parts of the region and across around the world. And an organization like Africa50, I think, is really positioned to be able to do that. If I give an example, one of the, we're seeing, growth in the space around emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning. It'll be interesting to note that in parts of Tanzania, for example, artificial intelligence is being used in cassava farms to automatically detect diseases with cassava crops and proffer solutions to those diseases. And these are applications that can be used by subsistence farmers on a regular phone. So a picture, loading the app, a picture is taken of the infected crop, and then you get a sense of what the issue is and the solution. Now that's a certain level of sophistication, right, that can actually be shared across board. And given that agriculture is a huge part of a lot of our economies, a huge contributor to GDP, that's a solution that actually can be scaled in terms of just really capturing the learnings from that and sharing across board. And it's great to have forums like this, and it's also great to see some of the signings that have happened, but we need a more sustained way of the different players in the ecosystem coming together for some of these learnings and insights to be shared so that we can harness the learnings. Talking about development and the different initiatives. I know Google has invested a lot in different initiatives to grow the ecosystem. Facebook, Microsoft, a lot of organizations are doing great things, but it's again, to the point we were making earlier, it's all very silo-based, right? So if we're looking at scale and urgency, because I think when you consider the talents that exist in the African space, we're doing a disservice to our young people if they're not being given the tools to be able to participate in the digital economy and live to their full potential. Because in cases where they've had little, we've seen them do a lot, right? And so there's a sense of urgency that we need to have as well in making sure that the tools are available. And part of that is just really harnessing and being deliberate in showcasing some of those use cases and creating projects that help to connect the dots. The way the mobile technology helped us to accelerate growth in the telecom space is the same way some of the emerging technologies can help us accelerate growth. And I think organizations like Africa50 can just really help to collect some of that knowledge and generate projects that create that fusion.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Ultimately, there has to be a meeting of the hearts, the minds, and the checkbooks between the private sector, the public sector, and entrepreneurs. You raise a brilliant point here about AI. ChatGPT has been the rage for the last 6 months, and artificial intelligence. Now, I'm going to come to Minister Lawson here, and probably come back to Juliet also in a moment. And the reason is some of the founders of ChatGPT and artificial intelligence are sounding the alarm about the potential negative impact that it could have. Juliet, are you worried? And Minister Lawson, what is it that you're doing in that space as far as artificial intelligence is concerned here in Togo?
So for us, we think that artificial intelligence is a great opportunity for the continent. So during the pandemic, we were able to design a social protection program to distribute cash to the informal sector. And the program used artificial intelligence to prioritize beneficiaries for targeting. So I think it was great because we were able to do two things. First, to draw a poverty map of Togo using satellite imagery applied to an algorithm. And then the second thing we did was that we used mobile operators, CDRs, and we applied another algorithm. So we had the phone numbers of people who earn less than $1.21 per day. So we were able to text them to ask them to register onto our platform with their biometric ID so that we would send them money. So I think it's a great opportunity in terms of AI, provide great opportunities in terms of targeting. For example, service delivery in the case of the pandemic was financial aid, but it could be insurance, it could be credit. A lot of things can happen on the continent so that you don't need to know the people you're addressing, you just need to understand their credential. And so I think that's number one. I also think that artificial intelligence can be beneficial for education. And I'm not too worried and not too concerned about regulating AI because we're not there yet, quite frankly, on the continent. I'm worried when I see, of course, fake news and the use of AI for fake news, but you know, I'm going to be a free rider on this one, waiting for, you know, the West to start doing something, and then we see what we do. But for us, it's something that provides a lot of opportunities. We should really surf on this wave and do it in a way that we actually learn to use it. So I think that in terms of the opportunities, and I know that a lot of universities on the continent have started to teach AI, we absolutely need to focus more on educating people to be able to use AI. And I'm not even talking about the health sector, how beneficial this could be in terms of identifying, you know, new pandemics or solving some of these issues. So let's be bullish on the continent on AI, especially because we have young people who are looking for innovation, you know, because one of the things that we say but we don't really realize a lot is that having a young continent, we actually really do love innovation on the continent. So we want something new, and every time you'll experience it when you work with young people, they want to try out new things. You know, they're more bullish than older people, so we should take this and use it to our advantage, I would say.
You heard it from Minister Lawson earlier. She said if you're, give her a round of applause, she said if you're older than 35 years old, then you might be on the other end of the age spectrum. Juliet, what are your concerns, if any, about ChatGPT and AI? Are you also bullish in the same manner that Madam Lawson is?
Yes, I am, because I think that Africa's biggest challenges will not be solved by traditional methods of the past. With emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning, we can solve our problems more quickly and more cost effectively. You know, and we're already seeing that in action. You know, Google Maps, for example, with machine learning, mapping buildings that would have taken maybe about 3 years, we were able to do in 3 months, right? Even recognizing buildings where the numbering is not very visible or not very structured, right? And we were talking about data a few minutes ago. These platforms really help us to take a lot of that unstructured data, and we have a lot of data, right, to be able to make, get meaningful insights out of that data to inform, strategic thinking, decision making, and so on. And as I was saying, just as we leapfrogged with the mobile technology, we need to lean into these technologies to help us, with financial inclusion, with credit scoring, with education, health, and different sectors. However, in terms of the worry, there are conversations around the world around ethical AI, right? Because there are, we need to be mindful that, AI is being deployed in a way that, respects our humanity, right? That is safe for human beings, and that, we are very responsible in how we deploy it. And it's important for us to lean into those conversations. The answers are, these are conversations that are still global, still trying to figure it out globally, but I think, it's important for us to lean into those conversations and make sure that as we walk the path, we are factoring in, necessary protocols.
Thank you very much, Juliet. It's a new day, it's a new dawn, a new dynamic Africa with new ideas. The Africa that lies before us over the next 10, 15 years is just going to be dramatically different from the Africa that we do see today. We do have 10 more minutes. This is a very expansive subject matter. We don't have all of the time that we do need, but I want to give our audience an opportunity to ask a few questions. If there are no questions, I'll come back to the panelists, but if there are, just raise your hand, I'll take your question, identify yourself, grab hold of a mic, introduce yourself, your name, the institution that you represent, and your question. We prefer questions, not commentary. Questions, not commentary. Could you kindly hand the microphone over to the gentleman with his hand raised in the back? Can we move very quickly? There's another hand over here. Let's do that as quickly as we can. Questions, not commentary, and please direct your question specifically to a member of the panel.
Okay. I'm Victor from Togo, NGO ADET. I thank very much the panelists. The world is now in a dangerous situation. Africa, particularly, like one of the panelists said it, African must wake up. Intelligence artificial and blockchain are now the technology recommended by the United Nations to solve our problem.
Okay, could we have a question, not a commentary, for reasons of time?
Please.
Just ask your question, please.
Please, I want to know how is the place of the civilized society in all this process? Energy, digital technology. Thank you.
Is your question directed to a particular member of the panel, or is that just open-ended?
To all the panelists.
Okay. All right, we'll take the second question.
I'm Ramano Kofi from Benin. I'm wondering, in this discussion, what is the place of the African private sector to create smart PPP with local content? When we address all problems, we realize that the major partner we need to better leverage on Africa50 capacity today, how do we bring on board the African private sector in that field to serve as a leverage that will help us make progress, these innovations on the continent? How do we have access to smart funds that will allow us to execute major regional projects? Well, the African free trade area, you referred it, that makes it possible to support innovation. Africa50, as far as I'm concerned, is a strategic partner, can bring on board the private sector on the continent, in the region, so that the various projects are achieved. Internet access service providers, they are ready in all the country. Broadband will not bring us internet in the households. The cost today, as we speak, it does not make it possible for us to innovate. So please, why don't we think about the local content, the major digital projects underway on the continent? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I believe that in some respects, elements of those questions have been responded to by the panelists, but I'll come back to the panelists in a moment. We'll take one last question and give that back to the panel.
Moi, c'est Romy Brian.
I'm Aromi Brian from African Scale-Up Studio. Here I am, waving to you. My question goes as follows. This goes to Madam Minister Sana Lawson. With respect to interoperability, what is it that Togo is doing? Well, we've been speaking at length about digitalization, electronic payment. The major problem is interoperability. What is it that Togo is doing in terms of interoperability? It is through this we can create billionaires. Now, to the fourth panelist, how did Nigeria manage to reduce the cost in the country as compared to other Francophone countries?
Thank you very much for your questions. I'm going to hand over to the panel right now, and I'll start at the very end, and we'll work our way all the way to Honorable Minister Lawson. So we'll start with Larry first, and then any other panelists who would like to deal with some of the questions that were raised, please take the opportunity to do that.
Okay. I think that the last question is why is pricing in Nigeria lower than the rest of the continent? I think it's a matter of scale in Nigeria. And also, Nigeria has multiple cables in terms of submarine cables, and they've made a lot of investment also in distribution that capacity. Okay, so it's more of a market force thing. But you see, what has happened right now is that you have that advantage also coming to Togo with like I said, the second submarine cable that has just been commissioned. And so that you will see that translate very quickly with the work that the minister is doing just to make that happen within Togo. And so just be rest assured that over time you will see a reduction on the prices that we have. Like I mentioned earlier, you have 3 terabytes of capacity sitting down right now at the landing station that we just need to evacuate and distribute, and then it should affect the price, and the price should go down. Okay? And then there was the question about local content and how the private sector can help. I think it's more of being able to have. The most important thing, sir, is that your project must be bankable. Okay, nobody's going to give you money if it's just a wishful thinking. So you must make sure that project is bankable and that people are able to see it. But you see, the localization of data, okay, is also important. So whatever content you want to generate, as long as you are able to actually localize that data within the premise, within the confines of a territory, and also with the infrastructure that the government or private sector individuals like data centers will put in place, it will help that your business case to become bankable. I think the first question, I can't really remember it very well, but overall I think we addressed some of the issues that he mentioned earlier about that, so thank you.
I'm going to take the second question and about the private sector, and really to say I think what we have all demonstrated here is what the private sector is doing, and we have been privileged to have Madame la Ministre that has also explained what the public sector is doing to close this gap. We just need to continue with the conversations. We need institutions like Africa50 to help close the gaps. It would be good to know that when you come here, you see regulators are also part of these discussions, so we are not just complaining and saying that these are the gaps, these are the weaknesses, but where are the regulators in this conversation? So it would be good to see the regulators with reason. They have to be cautious because that's why they're regulators. They cannot be reckless. They have to approach things as risk-averse as possible, but they also need to be part of the conversation. They need to rely on the experts to educate, because we are all learning. We work in this every day. They are regulating 10 million things. So what I think is missing is not really coming from the private sector that is doing what they have to do. I think it's just the gap between the public, the private, and the institutions that are regulating, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's cross-border payments, whether it's closing the gaps and preventing us from working in silos. These people need to come to the table, and us as the private sector, we need to also go to them and not necessarily wait for them to come to the table, but how do we also go and talk to the regulators and break down the fear of the unknown.
I'm just going to add something very quickly on local content. And that is on entrepreneurship, because there's been a lot of great progress around digitizing local content, including business information, but there's still some grounds to cover. And when we think about entrepreneurship, what you'll find is that there's a lot of visibility on the top cadre. So the organizations that are able to attract investments, the unicorns that are emerging and so on. But for every unicorn, there is about 1,000 companies in the same space that are doing great work, but they don't have the same visibility and they're not getting the support to help them to grow. And we need to be able to find a way of identifying those organizations and creating visibility around them. Again, bringing that local content to the foreground, because we know that entrepreneurship drives growth, national development, job creation, and the more we're able to support, identify, showcase and support these local entrepreneurs at scale, the more we're able to advance development. And they also create use cases for technology growth, because the solutions they build also help to foster that demand for infrastructure. So that's just one dimension that I think is worth putting on the table.
Thank you very much, Juliet.
So first of all, I think that Juliet, what you said was very important. In Togo, we are trying to map out the local ecosystem, because in lots of instances, it's quite hard for governments to understand who is out there. It seems like so easy but no, it's not, because we need to have a full understanding of the local ecosystem so that we can put some companies into, some sectors, segment the market better. So that's number one. So I had a question with regards to interoperability, and I wasn't sure what the gentleman meant, whether it was interconnection. We did mention, I talked a lot about interconnection. For example, companies such as C-Squared expanding into West Africa are interconnecting countries. But there is also, and maybe that was the question, a question with regards to how do you do cross-border transactions. We did mention MFS Africa, but by interoperability, I don't know if the gentleman meant to be in Togo and be able to either buy goods or retail goods to, Benin or to receive money from abroad. Yeah, so payment is regulated, but I do believe that now there are possibilities to receive money from abroad, and I guess that MFS would be the one to actually explain that much better than me. But there is a long way to go, that's for sure. And when we talk about AFCFTA, one of the questions remain payment and interoperability of payment, but again, we need to rely upon the private sector, and also to understand what is it that we can do, because of course in our zone, in the Togo CFA franc zone, the central bank regulates cash transfers and so on. So when you ask me a particular question with regards to that, there's only so much we can do as a single country. So yet again, it comes back to acting, but it's 8 countries, so all of a sudden it becomes much more difficult because there's so many different countries.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That's about all the time we have, but before we conclude this session, I'm just going to give our panelists 1 minute each to share your final thoughts. If there's one big takeaway that you have for the audience here, both online and in the auditorium here, what would that be? A big idea, a big takeaway. I'll start with Larry, a provocative idea, and I'll go with Sharon, Juliet, and then Honorable Minister Sina Lawson, and then we'll bring this session to a close.
Thank you, Doctor. I think I actually started my session by my big idea, which is the fact that I want everybody to work so that we don't get digitally colonized. For me, is a big deal. I'm looking for an Africa where opportunities are democratized. I think it's not fair for the village boy not to have the same opportunity like the guy in the city. I'm looking for an opportunity where connectivity is democratized so that we can enhance the latent energy and the latent talent of our youth. It's going to be criminal if we don't fix that problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. Sharon?
So if we're going to connect 1 billion, our view is very simple. We need to make borders matter less. I don't care if you're in Lomé, if you're in Accra. If we're trying to connect, we actually need to connect. We should not be connecting in silos. We should be connecting the continent. So we need to work towards making borders matter less.
Tech Without Borders. Thank you. Juliet?
Okay. 2 weeks ago at London Tech Week, I heard the Prime Minister of the UK talk about the fact that in the last decade, they have produced over 200 unicorns. We have less than 20 unicorns that we're happy about, but this is a continent of 1.2 billion people. So my big idea would be for us to see the emergence of 500 unicorns in the next few years, and also, as part of that, laying the foundation for large-scale projects that can just really help us connect the next billion.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Last but not the least, Honorable Sina Lawson.
Yeah, so everybody said so many intelligent things that I don't know what to say, but I would say one thing, though, is that we need to combine connectivity and power. So for us in the telecom world, it's the same thing. So because we have Africa50 here, and I would say that every time they have a power project, they should also be looking at what they can, how they can bundle connectivity with regards to power and connectivity, so that we enter this great virtual circle of having access to energy and having access to very high-speed internet.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say a very big thank you to our very distinguished panelists who are really on the cutting edge of Africa's digital and tech ecosystems. This evening, you've given us a terabyte of information that we do need to unpack and implement and act on. But I want to say a very, very big thank you for being part of this panel, for the ideas you've shared, and to our audience for being so patient and for supporting us today. To our event organizers and hosts, Africa50 and the wonderful team, it's been a wonderful pleasure. Keep on doing what you're doing. You're doing an amazing job in a very short period of time, and we wish you and the team all the very best. My name is Victor Ladokun, and it's been a pleasure being your moderator today. Have a wonderful evening. Bon appetit.
Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think Victor and his panel have appropriately closed the session. I won't go into an elaborate closing right now, other than to say you have a dinner, a cultural celebration at 7:30 this evening. So if you can go through to the registration desk to get your invite card for that cultural celebration. It'll take place in a marquee that is located next to the hotel. There are shuttles that will move you between the hotel and the other partner hotels, Santa Maria, Oromo, and Ioka. Thank you very much. I hope you have a good evening. Goodbye.